Hello, welcome to another mother flipping stream. How about that? Welcome. So today is Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, and that means today, according to the schedule, we're doing a game development. How about that? So you popped 03 second early. I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. Let's actually start over. I don't know. Wait a second. Was it alright already? I don't know. So I forgot, I have a delay for my sound because there's a little bit of desync. between the sound and the camera. It's not really a new camera, by the way. It's the same camera. The only thing here is that I stopped using M-Player, and I'm now using my OBS. So I'm actually using camera from the OBS, and OBS somehow just handles that a little better, so it looks actually nice. Like I feel like a professional streamer now, which is kind of cool. So yeah, I think it was a good decision to stop using M-Player and finally switch to that. Unfortunately, I cannot do tricks with, you know, stopping the video capture, right, and then resuming it again. And you know what? I think we can compensate for that, right? So because we're programmers, if we miss a feature in a software, we have an ability to just add that feature. So maybe at some point I'm going to actually implement a plugin, or maybe extend the OBS capability to be able to stop the video capture and then resume it for the similar tricks with M-Player. I think it's going to be actually pretty cool. I really like that idea, and it also, you know, gives me ideas for the content. So today's game development, and yeah, you can find the source code here. We've been developing this game for quite some time, so you're probably familiar with it. And hello and welcome, everyone. Really glad to see you all today. Hello, Jabba hello, Herhods and Plots, hello, Good Duke, hello, Recursive Randomness, hello, Anonymous Login 123, Oreo, John, Ikra Bowl, apparently Potatoes, hello, Bricka, I didn't see anyone new, Sims, welcome, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your nickname, Ascent, 12, Oreo, hello, really glad to see you all today. So yeah, on the two previous streams we were focusing on genetic programming, and I completely neglected game development, and I think some people do enjoy me doing game development, and I really want to finish that game. So today we're gonna do game development. But I'm not sure about tomorrow's stream yet. So I already planned game development for tomorrow's stream, but I kind of want to finish the genetic programming. So there is a good chance that I'm going to change the schedule again, and tomorrow we're going to do genetic programming. Because we're already close to actually having something, you know, that sort of resembles genetic algorithm, right? So we already have everything there. We just need to start, you know, cross-overing and mutating generations and stuff like that. In any case, hello, Nota Bene, Arksam, welcome. Really glad to see you all today. All right, so and I really like how the camera looks like now, because it has a higher FPS for sure. Like it just looks a little bit smoother. So, hello, why do you use NixOS? Because I love it. NixOS is my passion. Not Ubuntu or something like that. Ubuntu is for plebs. I only use NixOS. Look at that. Look at those stats. Can you achieve those stats in Ubuntu? No. You can only have that on NixOS. That's why. Checkmate, Ubuntu users. Anyway, so let's actually fetch the latest stuff. Prune origin, and let me check the status. And also start Team Mucus. Prune origin. So, and everything seems to be okay. Cheers, by the way. Right, we're rebuilding everything. Gotta start Team Mucus, yes. I really like to pronounce it like that for some reason, I don't know why. It sounds kind of gross, like you have T and you have Team Mucus, right? And let's take a look at the game. So this is how the game looks like, right? You can do pew 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 as usual. You can also place the blocks as usual. You have different kind of blocks actually, like ice blocks and dirt blocks. And you also can have enemies that have a little bit of pathfinding. They can actually find you and kill you. But yeah, you can always debate them and kill them before they kill you. So yeah, today we're gonna continue developing this thing. I think we had a couple of pull requests to something. Right, so we have at least 3 of them. Let's take a look at them. These enemies to do good make them slower. I don't know if it makes sense to make them slower. We'll see. So right now it's not really a priority. Okay, so the first pull request was submitted by Cache, as far as I know. And he implemented a pretty cool thing. He implemented a Windows version of FMW. So what is FMW? FMW is a file monitor. I forgot what it stands for. But it's a mechanism for monitoring file changes and stuff like that. And it's quite an important mechanism in our game, to be fair. Well, specifically for software development. FMW, and I do remember that, yeah, File Modification Watcher. Yes, it stands for File Modification Watcher. So essentially, you provide a file path, and it gives you FMW handle. Right, and then on each iteration of the event loop, you can poll that handle, and it will answer you whether that file modified or not, so you can reload something associated with that file. So what do we have associated with a file that we need to reload when it's modified? Well, we have a thing called configuration. So yeah, we have different variable configurations, and these variables actually control different aspects of the game, and there is a lot of such aspects. So for example, we have different colors of the background and stuff like that, font sizes, font colors, different parameters and stuff like that. And when you modify them, the game is supposed to automatically reload the configuration file and change how it behaves. Let's actually take a look at how it's going to work. So if I do something like this, and for example, I change the background color, right, I make it a little bit more red. And as you can see, it automatically detected that I saved the file, reloaded the game, and now the background is a little bit more reddish and stuff like that. And I can change it back. So this is what we use it for. And unfortunately, on different platforms, like Linux, macOS, Windows, it is done differently. So there is no universal mechanism that will let you do this kind of stuff. And that's why we created an abstraction layer over all of this mechanism. And this abstraction layer is called FMW. If you take a look inside of the source code, you will see different implementations of that mechanism. So we have implementation based on iNotify. iNotify is a Linux mechanism for checking whether a file was modified or not. So basically, the operating system, the Linux specifically, will notify you if the file has changed. And yeah, we have that backend. We also have a KQ backend that is usually used on FreeBSD and macOS. It was generously donated by Ji Yang and tested by Herr. So I didn't implement that. Thank you so much, guys, for actually implementing all of that, because I don't know how to do this kind of stuff on FreeBSD and how to do this kind of stuff on macOS. Isn't macOS basically FreeBSD? I think so, right? So, and Cache finally donated implementation for Windows. Like, I for sure don't know how to implement it on Windows, and he actually knows because he's a Windows wizard. So yeah, he used something called IOCP. Oh no, is a total recursive. You can only watch and decide to just use IOCP. Okay, so let's take a look at the implementation and how big it is. It looks pretty big, and yeah. All right, there's a little bit of information here, and we're gonna read all of that. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So yeah, let me take a look at what is IOCP. IOCP Windows or something. Never heard of this mechanism, to be fair. I mean, I already googled it apparently. Input-output completion port, IOCP, is an API for performing multiple assemblies. I mean, I probably like overheard it, then googled it up, then look at this article and close this article and forgot about it. And maybe when I was researching how to do this kind of stuff on Windows. So, well, I don't know. Input-output completion port is an API for performing multiple simultaneous asynchronous input-output operations in Windows NT version 3.5 and later. Hello, Andrewy, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the warm words. For performing multiple simultaneous operations, and on Solaris 10 and later. Wow. So this mechanism could be used on Solaris. And so that game has a potential to pass the Dennis test. Anyway, so it's a total record for a single file. Also, you can only watch events for an entire directory, as far as I know. But since other versions of MW use async IO APIs, I assumed you might at some point use FMA for other monitoring purposes, directories included. Overkill, schmoverkill. Okay, that's an interesting argument. Yeah, it's a totally valid argument. I decided to just use OSCP, so there's also Japanese characters here. I don't know what they mean, so I hope it's nothing TOS unfriendly. So probably not. So please. Okay. Okay, sure. P.S. This is my first ever pull request, so take my OS contribution virginity, but be Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I'll be gentle. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we include Windows if yeah. Okay. So if we are building with MSVC and stuff like that, we're including that, and then we're including this thing, this implementation on Win32, Win64, SIGWin or SIGWin, MinGW32, MinGW36. Yeah, he's fucking insane. I really love him. Jesus Christ. Yeah. So what do we have here? We have a handle, right? So, and a buffer size of some sort. So we just allocate this thing, watch buffer, blah blah blah. All right, so the frame of all of this stuff, and when we're polling, we roll the polling. So overlapped, overkill. For information, there is a fancy way to restore Ep.N+2 struct pointer here. To overlapped members of an structure. Here's a macro on WinAPI to get the base struct pointer from that. Interesting. This is useful when you have lots of different types of async tasks. Huh. That's a cool information. All right. So I'm okay with that, and the CI seems to be building. So yeah. Looks good to me. Thank you for your contribution. And yeah. So, and let's just go ahead and merge it. So maybe it would make sense to also notify Kolumbetka that we merged that. You may wanna test it out when you get a chance. Winky face. Alright, so the first pull request is done, so let's actually fetch these changes. Thank you so much for the contribution. This is super cool. So let's fetch the other stuff. Alright, origin master. And the next pull request, boys and girls, the next pull request. It's pretty slow. For some reason, my PC today is extremely slow. And maybe this is because I'm actually... I'm not sure if you can even hear me. Maybe this is because I'm actually using like better quality on the camera. So maybe it takes more resources to facilitate that or something. I'm not quite sure what exactly is going on. So add ability to draw rectangles while holding shift. Okay, that's pretty cool. So what we're talking about here is an ability to edit things in the game. So we have like a little bit of a built-in editor that allows you to, you know, do these kind of things. Right. So, and we can only sort of draw things like that, you see? We can only draw things like that. And I suppose Kolumbetka implemented a thing where you can draw rectangles. Alright, there's not that many changes here, I suppose. No visual indication of an area to be edited while holding shift. Okay, that makes sense. UD is at 100%, so computer is underclocking itself. Yes, I know. I know, there's nothing I can do about that. So, Probably, yeah, it's probably because of the camera, because there's no other explanation here. I'm gonna try to actually disable the camera just to see what's gonna happen. Is it gonna go down? I think it went down a little bit. Waiting a little bit more. Waiting a little bit more. It may take some time to actually for it to cool down. But if I do it like that, it will probably go back to 100. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so let's test it out. Let's test the changes that that were submitted. So I need to fetch probably all. By the way, hello Belgian, welcome to the stream. You like music while you're coding, don't use find distracting. I only find music distracting when it has lyrics. How many frames per second you're streaming? FPS 30, I think. Alright, so what's the branch that Kolumbetka used here? He uses shift. Alright, let's create a separate branch. There we go. And I wonder how do you even use that? So I suppose you hold shift. Yeah, the whole point here is to hold shift. Okay. Let's rebuild everything. I don't know why I'm rebuilding release, but I just did make -b and it rebuilt everything, so it is what it is. Excuse me. Yeah. So there we go. Okay, so we can do this kind of stuff. And I suppose if I hold shift, it does draw that. It also actually adds like additional rectangle and stuff like that, but it's actually a useful feature. Oh shit. Can you... And you can also do... Oh shit. Oh shit. This is actually a useful feature. I like that. Okay, so yeah, it is actually convenient. It will be cool to have like an indication, but Kolumbetka actually submitted that as a separate issue, so I can just do it like that. And then inside of this thing, I can do something like that. And that created a box. It makes it super... Oh shit, that's cool. I really like that. Okay. So what we need to do here, we need to snitch up this thing. So I'm going to report prepend body introduced in, and what was the issue where it was introduced? It was introduced in 262. So there's no reason to play different sounds when you pick... okay, apparently I didn't report that. Maybe I did, I don't remember. So I'm not going to report it in the scope of that pull request. We should definitely define a number of max LL jumps in the configuration. Apparently I forgot to define that as well. Okay, so I don't know why I have so many unreported to-dos, so probably forgot about them. Alright, so this is what I want to submit. And I'm gonna push that right into the Kolumbetka's repo. I'm really sorry, Kolumbetka, but it needs to be done. I need to push into your repo. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. Maybe it's forked from old branch. Could be. So, and this is, by the way, why Snitch has an interactive mode by default. Because I actually was thinking very, very hard about different situations where just, you know, automatic reporting everything will fuck up. And I found out that there's a lot of situations like that. So I decided, let's always make it interactive. So you make sure that you report the right thing. And as you can see, it worked out. So you can easily just look through them and decide what you want and what you don't want to report. So I surprisingly put a lot of thought into Snitch. I never put so much thought to any tools I develop. I don't know why, but it's kind of strange. Yeah. Cheers, by the way. All right. So let's actually look at that. I wonder how much time it will take to build all that. And what's cool is that we also build on Windows. We actually build on all of the 3 main operating system. And this is so cool because I didn't implement neither macOS nor Windows build, so it was actually donated by the viewers of my streams, and it's so fucking great. Yeah, thank you so much. I guess that's the power of open source, because we're crowdfunding the, implementation of this game, because I don't have a Windows machine, I don't have a macOS machine, so I don't know how to test any of these things. But yeah, people just generously donated their time and effort, and that is so cool. That's so cool. Hello, Zero G Dump. Welcome to the stream. All right, so let's take a look at that. Looks good to me. Thank you for your contribution. There we go. And I'm gonna merge all of this stuff, and I want to go back to the master and check if we need to report any, unreported to-dos. What is the main intention of the game? You mean goal? There's no goal for the game right now, because we're still in the middle of figuring out the gameplay. But what is the, if you really mean intention of the game, it has the same intention as any other game: to entertain and educate. Well, these days, majority of the game are meant to entertain anyway, so there's nobody actually developing educational stuff. I want to make tea. Could you explain what snitch is, if I'm correctly heard it? Yes. So snitch is a special tool that collects to-dos in your project. So usually people leave to-dos in their source code. Just a second. Oh my god. So to-do. There we go. So usually people leave these kind of like markers for things that need to be done. And so what this tool does, it searches for all of the to-dos in your source code and reports them as issues on the GitHub. Right, and then automatically associates the issue number with the to-do. So that's basically what it is. Right, you create some to-dos in your source code, and then you can report them back into the issue tracker. And if you have some sort of a process to go through the issues, all of your to-dos that you left in the source code are going to be in the issue tracker. Yeah. Does that make sense? There's also a little bit of documentation there on the in the repo of Snitch that explains how to use it, how it works, different workflows and stuff like that. This is big brain time. I mean, I'm glad that you like it. Like, apparently a lot of people like this tool, and which kind of surprises me because it's a very simple tool. Even though I put a lot of thought into this tool, technically it's a very simple tool. You can take that idea and implement it yourself over an evening using Bash and Oak. You know, have you heard about Oak? Like AWK. So it's actually super easy to implement. But I for some reason implemented it in Go because I wanted to try out Go. But yeah. Maybe the implementation doesn't matter. Maybe the ideas, that's what matters. Who knows? I guess it depends on the situation. Anyways, so what are we doing here? I think I already merged everything, and I wanted to go back to the master and fetch the other stuff. Origin master, and I'm gonna remove all of that, and let me do snitch list. So here are all the to-dos, and I want to actually filter unreported. No, would you look at that? This is the latest main, right? This is the latest main for sure, and these are unreported to-dos. I literally forgot to report them. God damn. All right, so let's actually go ahead and report them. So I'm gonna just do a report, and we should define the number. I want to actually kind of go there. So the thing I'm gonna do here, snitch list unreported. So let me take a look. What's that? We should define the blah blah blah. Okay. But this one is actually kind of interesting. Because you're not supposed to separate the title. You're not supposed to separate the title because the format of snitch is so this will become the title of the issue. Anything below that is going to become the body of the issue. So if you want to have like a solid title, you should not break it on the next line. So it's quite important. So I can fix it myself. It's not a big deal. Yeah, the format is described in the repo as well, if anyone is interested. So let's go ahead and report all of that. I'm going to report that, we're going to report that, and as you can see, it reported all of these issues, and all of them are reported. And for each of them, it created a separate commit where it straight up associated, that was interesting, straight up associated the to-do with the corresponding issue. Hello, Luke Gorilla, welcome to the stream. And the only thing we need to do here is just to push those commits that was made by the snitch. So snitch also makes commits to your repo, by the way. Like every time it reports an issue, it takes the number of the issue, associates it with to do, and then makes a commit so we can push it back into the repo. So, because I think it's quite important. So if you look at the to do, you know that there is a corresponding issue for that, and knowing number of the issue is quite important. So yeah. And another interesting thing. So what if you forget to remove the issue after you closed, what if you forget to remove to do if you already closed the issue? We have a special subcommand called snitch purge. What this thing does, it goes through all of the reported to-dos, makes a request to GitHub API, and checks whether that issue is already closed or not. I chmod -x file, how do I unchmod? I think you have to do minus, oh, okay, so Supercuber already did that. By the way, hello Supercuber. So the syntax is that plus a permission adds the permission, minus that permission removes that permission. So we can do plus R, plus W, plus X, and if you want to remove them, just do minus of them, if I remember correctly. So let's actually go through all of the to-dos, and as you can see, some of them already closed, so let's actually remove them. Hello Payne, hello everyone who joined. Why don't you write C++ on Microsoft Visual Studio? Microsoft Visual Studio doesn't really work on Linux. But what's interesting is that we test something on Microsoft Visual Studio. So if you take a look at the CI build of this game for Windows, we're actually using this script that builds this game on MSVC, right? So build MSVC, and yeah, so it's buildable on MSVC. So there's another one, implement HSL generation, all of that is dead. There's a lot of to-dos here that are associated with already closed issues. Okay, so these are all of the, you know, to-dos that we removed. And if you take a look how many commits this tool created, so it created this many commits. And in each commit, what it does, it basically removes the to-do that was already closed. So, and the only thing you need to do, you just have to push that. So we can also take a look at the diff and see how many to-dos were removed. So all of that was removed automatically by the tool. I didn't remove any of these to-dos. So the tool just found these to-dos, found the issue number associated with them, made a GitHub API request and figured out that it's already closed and just removed them and created a commit. I didn't do any of that manually. Full automation. How about that? Well, I mean, I had to interactively go through all of the to-dos and just say whether I want to remove it or don't want to remove it. But I mean, apart from that, it's pretty automated. Cheers. The power of programming indeed. The power of programming indeed. All right. So, what else do we have? Everything seems to be merged. So the next pull request. So we're just going through the pull requests that were submitted to the something repo. Yeah, you can actually redirect yes to snitch and it will automatically do all of that. So add fly mode to debug. Oh shit, that's very interesting. Press F to pay respect to Very funny. Thank you so much, Kumbet. Very funny. To enable fly mode, press F2, and there's not that many actually changes here, if you think about that. Okay. I really like how concise it is, right? So let's just go ahead and grab that repo, that branch, I mean. So it's a fly mode, and let's create a separate branch here. So it's kind of Super Mario Maker debug mode, maybe, I guess. I mean, it's like the Super Mario Maker like editor is not like it's some sort of like a unique idea. It's these kind of editors existed before, maybe, I don't know. Anyways, okay, so I switched here, and let's do make my SB. And we're gonna rebuild everything. This is very interesting. Yeah, I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing that. Because for me, mentally, it's kind of difficult to do things that are not interesting. So, yeah. I mean, interesting is a subjective category, so yeah. Super Mario Maker decided to make the editor the actual game, which is actually a genius idea, I think. Right. Because basically it's a game for two kind of people. People who are creative and like to create content, right? And people who like to consume like authentic content created by other individuals rather than the companies. So, and that game actually brought together these two groups, and it was a huge success. I think Nintendo actually did a pretty genius move with this game. This game is genius. It's not like it's unique in that regard, because there was already a lot of like online games where people could play levels and create other levels. For some reason, off the top of my head, I can think about Happy Wheels. Does anybody remember that game? It's such an old Flash game, but it's kind of like that. Do you think people without CS degree can reach your level of expertise on their own, just learning from online resources? I don't really have that huge level of expertise, to be fair, and I do think so because I've met people who are way smarter than me, who know more than me, and they don't have a higher education at all. So the answer is yes, it is possible, but at the same time I don't think that I have that high of a level of expertise. I have a lot of experience. I mean, yeah, it's just a matter of practicing, I suppose. The old Sonic games had this kind of debug mods. Alright, cool. Oh, and also Valve games as well, yeah. Anyway, so what do we have? How do I do that? To enable fly mode, press F in debug mode. Okay, so if I press F here, nothing happens. I have to switch to debug mode. Press F. Oh, I see. Oh shit. Oh shit, that's a really weird debug mode. That's really weird debug mode. So it's really weird. The controls are really strange. Why do we need it? I suppose to be able to easily navigate between the rooms and stuff like that, maybe in the future. But the controls right now are not really usable in my opinion, so I'm not quite sure if we need that right now. Let me see what's going on there in the source code. Also, camera delay is really weird. You know, when you're flying, well, it makes sense when you're not flying, right? So, but when you're going into this thing, yeah. All right. So let's leave a comment. I don't really like the feeling of the controls. They are very unintuitive. I think it would be better to implement it like so. Like so. You hold the key, you're moving. You don't hold the key, you're not moving. Right, so simple as that, because right now you just press once and it keeps moving, it keeps accelerating, and that would a little bit like make more sense. Plus it would be also, plus the camera. How do people call this kind of camera? You saw GameDev, yeah. So you finally noticed that. There we go. How people call this camera when it doesn't follow the player strictly, it just falls behind. Maybe that's how they call it. Plus the falling behind camera does not trailing camera, maybe. Plus the trailing camera makes it inconvenient to move around in the fly mode. Can we disable it in the fly mode? Right. I don't like the feeling of the controls. They're very intuitive. I think it will be better to implement it like so. You hold the key, you're moving. You don't hold the key. Let's actually put it like that. You're not moving. Plus the trailing camera makes it inconvenient to move around in the fly mode. Can we disable it in the fly mode? Okay, so here are 2 points, and I'm gonna actually request changes for this particular pull request with these 2 points. All right, so request changes. There we go. So hopefully I didn't make. So it doesn't know unintuitive. They are not. Okay, so let's actually put not here. Let's move the negativeness to the to be verb. I didn't speak English anyway, so non-intuitive. Yeah, non-intuitive. I think it's a little bit better. Thank you, Supercubo. English, Pepega. Yeah, English is hard. Jesus Christ. How are people speaking that language? Speak that language, not in that language. Okay, request changes. There we go. What are you using for the GUI? You mean for... I don't know. You mean for the graphics of the game, right? So that's what you mean, for the graphics of the game. If that's what you mean, right, how do I draw this entire stuff? I'm using SDL. All right. Now I'm gonna go back, and I think that's it. We addressed all of the pull requests that I wanted to address, and we're starting the actual software development. Hopefully, of course. We'll see. So do we have any issues? Oh well, I have a board where I have planned all of the issues. So where is the board? Here it is. Do you code of stream? Of course. Can't remember the don't update mouse position in the world. Color of particles don't change after the fall. Release data pack building separate kind of order, separate. All right, Kanban is back. Yeah, Kanban is back. So here's an interesting thing. We recently implemented like auto reloading of the assets. So now we have this configuration file, right, which defines the assets, and it also enables you with hot reloading the assets and stuff like that, which is absolutely fucking cool. Absolutely fucking cool, mate. How much more do you plan to stream? I'm usually streaming like 3-4 hours. That's how much I stream. So yeah, but interesting thing, the way we access these assets is actually a little bit inconvenient. So let me find the assets implementation. So it's assets CPP or something like that, maybe assets HPP. So here they are, and we have the arrays of the assets. And usually we access them by doing assets, assets texture. Yeah. So this is how we access them. So we have a particular index, right? We have a particular index, and we extract all of that, and also quite often we call some of these functions. Yeah. So we usually call this function to extract an asset by ID. And this is absolutely Pepega way of doing that, right? This is absolutely Pepega way of doing that. So I really want to implement something we implemented for configuration files. How we do that with the configuration files is we're generating the following code, right? So where we have the name of the variable, and we define a macro to redirect that name to getting that variable out of the global array. So that's how we do that actually. So you don't have to call any functions or anything like that. So you essentially can access them directly if you want to. Are you using classes in C++ stuff? Well, sometimes I think we do have classes in some places. We usually use enumeration classes, but yeah. Okay, and I kind of want to implement something similar, right? So we can access the assets in a similar way, right? So we can just use this name in the source code, and it will redirect you into the corresponding element of the array. So let me put like in progress as a note, easier querying of the assets. So this is what we're going to work on today. Easier querying of the assets. Just a second, chat. Just a second. All right. Seems good. Seems good. So, does it make any sense what they said? Probably don't, I don't know. We're gonna start implementing and we'll see how it goes. So we'll probably need a special tool that parses the configuration files and just creates these macros and stuff like that. I don't know how to call that tool, but we'll come up with something. Assets access. So this is gonna be the name of the branch. Assets Baker. Sounds like a cool idea, but it doesn't really bake the assets yet. It's kind of closer to assets typer if you think about it. It's a little bit closer to assets typer. So yeah. At some point, maybe the asset system and configuration system will converge into the same thing, and we'll just merge them together. I'm not sure. It's actually kind of weird. But I want to keep assets as assets and configuration as configuration. But it does feel like there's slowly conversion to the same thing. I ran out of water, by the way, so I'm probably gonna make a small break soon. Small break. So let's call this thing assets typer, and it's gonna be CPP. And the thing we're going to include here is going to be aids.hpp. Of course, we cannot program in C++ without aids. For those who doesn't know, aids is my replacement for std. So it's a special library that I use instead of std in C++, if anyone is interested in this kind of library. All right, so we need to access the, we need to get the path to the assets config. So I usually like to use my args class, which makes it a little bit easier to parse arguments. So and essentially what you do here in the args, you have two operations. So struct args. You have operation that checks whether the list of the arguments is already empty, and you have operation that shifts the argument, basically pops out one argument out of the argument list. It's kind of super similar to shift in Bash and Perl. You know how you parse arguments in Bash and Perl, you use the shift, so it implements the same thing but for C++. The only thing you have to do, you have to just construct this object like that, and there you go, you'll be able to do args empty, just check whether you already consumed all of the arguments, or args shift to shift them and get the latest argument. Wait, is that meant to be a joke since STD can be stand for sexual? No, it's called AIDS because it's designed to aid developers to a better programming experience. It has nothing to do with that. It's disgusting. What the fuck are you talking about? Excuse me. This is a Christian channel. Okay. Right. So it's called AIDS because it's designed to aid developers to a better programming experience. And it's a replacement for std, which is a standard library of C++. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Also the Christian channel, yeah. So let's continue. Let's continue, let's continue. So usually first argument in the argument list is the program name. So we're gonna just skip the program name. Skip program name. So then if args is empty, we're gonna say println std error path to assets.conf is not provided. Then we probably want to print the usage, right? We're going to print the usage. Usage is actually super. Let's do that. std error, and then we're going to exit with 1. There we go. Otherwise, we're going to do what? We're going to do auto assets file path, and it's going to be args shift. So you see how easy it is to parse arguments with this kind of class, right? Oh, by the way, I'm a debugger, so I have to do it like that. Yeah. So first you skip the program name, then you check if you have any arguments left, and if you don't, you crash with an error. And then you extract these arguments and stuff like that. So I really like this sort of like a paradigm of parsing arguments. It's actually super flexible. And we need to implement usage, right? It's going to be something like stream, and we're going to do like that. Stream usage. I actually want to print error after I printed the usage, so it's actually the latest thing that the user will see. So, and we're gonna have assets typer assets.conf. There we go. So there we go. So the next thing we need to try to do here is to read the file. We have a special function for that. Impure stuff today, well, impure stuff every day, because, I mean, pure programs are not that useful. Hello, Pink Fluffy Llama, welcome to the stream. I do impure stuff even in Haskell, because quite often I need to do something done. To do something done. To get something done. That means you code 3-4 hours a day. I code 3-4 hours a day on the stream, but I also code off stream as well. So assets, content. There we go, we have assets content, and we have to start parsing all of that. Right, we'll have to start parsing all of that. How dare you, off stream? I mean, not everything I do is actually interesting to stream. So I usually leave for the stream the interesting parts. But yeah, if something is super boring, I just don't stream it, because I mean, who cares about big refactorings and stuff like that. Anyways, so while the let me think, by the way. Let me think. Isn't intellectually jerking off to pure program doing something? Yeah, maybe. Probably. I don't know what to answer to that. Alright. Assets content. Asset content, and we have to start parsing the assets, and I feel like I'm re-implementing the parsing process, which is quite bad, so maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I shouldn't do that. So, but yeah, we're gonna have line by line. Line by line. So here's the line, and hello Hamikovi, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Assets content chop by delimiter, and this is gonna be the new line. The new line. And then we can do something like. Oh, and by the way, this entire thing can crash, right? This entire thing can crash, and do we have unwrap or we do have unwrap or panic? Oh my god, my favorite thing of all time. So the thing about read as read, what was that called? Read file as string view. It doesn't return you a string view. It returns you maybe string view, meaning that if there was an error while reading the file, it will return you nothing. So, and you have to check whether this entire thing returns you something. But on top of that, we have unwrap or panic, which accepts maybe, and also additional formatting arguments, right? And what it does, it just checks whether maybe contains something, right? And if it doesn't contain something, it throws the error with your arguments. Otherwise, it returns you thing like unwrapped. So what that means, we can use read file as a string view and unwrap or panic with in the combination with each other, right? So we can say something could not read file assets file path, and then we can actually try to print the error. So str error null, and this entire construction will actually try to read the file. If it cannot read the file, it will throw an error, and if it will do that successfully, it will just return you the content, and the content will be in this variable, which is quite convenient. All right. So hello Dimitri GM. Hello Grateful Tomato. Poor man's Haskell. It's rather poor man's Rust, I would say, because a lot of ideas here are taken from Rust, and of course a lot of ideas in Rust are taken from Haskell. So it's actually, there's a two-layer of poor man thing there. So it's even worse than you may expect. Okay, and do we need anything else? Okay, so let's actually do println, and we can try to print that line. So for line number, so we can start with that. Totally broke man's Haskell then, yeah. So the template is poor man's. Okay. All right. So in here we're gonna have line number, and then the line itself. There we go. So here we're just iterating through all of the lines of this particular file, and we'll see how it goes. The thing is, we have to build that tool as well, and I think we're gonna build it similarly how we build config typer, config baker, config stuff, blah blah blah. So this one is assets typer, and it's SRC assets typer cpp flags debug assets typer SRC assets typer cpp and libs, and there we go. So we can try to build this entire thing. So make assets typer, and it doesn't build because I did a fucky lucky. Alright, seems good. Almost first try, almost first try. Who would have thought? So now, if I try to run this thing, assets typer, what's going to happen? It will tell me that path to assets.conf is not provided, and it also prints you a usage. So if I try to do something like assets typer and just give it some gibberish, it will say could not find file success. Alright, that's very interesting. Operation failed successfully. Fucking classic. Fucking classic. Love it so much. Alright. Successfully failed, exactly. So I have no idea what the fuck, like, I mean, alright, so if I remove this entire thing, like, it obviously failed, but it doesn't tell us why it failed. Alright, very fun. Assets typer, and okay, so if I provide an existing thing, it says couldn't read the file, and if I try to provide an existing name, assets config, right? It does actually read it, and it iterates it line by line. So there's no problem here whatsoever. At work in our backend, making a channel can fail partially, but also partially make the entry in the database. Nice. Don't you have like a transactions for that? Making a channel can, yeah, because yeah, it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary, not gonna lie. Alright, so, but that's kind of strange. Like, why error no does not contain the problem? Like, it should contain the problem. So maybe I have, because I have to include it. But maybe no. Oh, by the way. Oh shit! I think I kind of know what it is. Do I? No, I don't. Just don't, please. It's a combination of old and bad code. Or see. I mean, useful code is usually pretty bad, so it's kind of like the law of the universe. I've never seen a useful code, the code that actually makes money and good as well. Like, I never saw that. But again, it depends on your definition of good, right? So different people have different criteria of evaluating what is the good code or what is the bad code. I don't know. Alright, so I think we're gonna keep it like that then. So I don't like that I have to reparse these things over and over again. It's kind of tedious, but it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. So this is how we usually do that. So this is the whole parsing thingy. It would be cool to maybe create some sort of like a special function with lambdas and stuff. Right. some special function with lambdas and stuff that actually parses for you. Right, so parse assets conf, right? Parse assets conf, and you have to provide the content, right? And you also have to provide the consumer, the function that like a line consumer. I don't know how to call that thing, but let's call it a line, because the function that is called for each individual line, right? For each individual line, we're going to provide the asset type, asset ID, and asset path. So we can just sort of abstract that idea away, but I have no idea how to call that function. Maybe we can call it line function. Right. Line function. It's too long. I don't like how long it is. I'm gonna call it line. But then the name line is too confusing. You can call it F then. Yeah, I think F is a little bit less confusing. I also want to have like contracts where I could specify what kind of type it would be. But I also don't want to use std function because we're not using std here. It's a std-free zone. Alright, so I think I'm gonna do it like that. So we have an input. I think this is input. Right. std-free zone. And then we do all of that stuff. To the 2. And do we do anything else anywhere here? No. Then we just call this function with these parameters. We provide asset type, asset ID, and asset path. And then you'll have to just do something with them. What we can do here now is do parse asset conf. We can provide the assets content. Furthermore, we may try to lose that asset content at some point, but I'm not sure. Nah, I think it's kind of dangerous because we'll have to free that thing, but maybe not. Anyway, so here's the thing that we're getting here. So we're gonna have string view, asset type, can I call it type, ID, path. By the way, I remember that some C++ wizards were using like autos here. Is that a thing I can do in lambdas? I think I should be able to do that. Does anybody remember? So C++ auto in lambda. Is an auto in lambda function. I think it is a thing. Oh shit, decal type. C++ 14 allows lambda functions, generic lambda functions parameter to be declared within an auto. Okay, so somebody said that on the internet. I guess we're gonna trust them. All right, and in here we can do the following thing. We can just do println std out. So type ID path. There we go. So, and I want this like function to be reusable, right? Because re-implementing this parsing all the time is not particularly convenient, but yeah. The internet would never lie about such thing. Yeah, I know. Okay, this is actually working. So the type texture, ID that, and the path is that. So yeah. So this is how we can parse assets config. And this is a simple parser of that, and we can try to move that thing to the assets implementation, right? Somewhere maybe here. Assets implementation. So, and also, I don't know how to do that yet, so I'm not really happy that it is like that. Okay, so for each individual type, I suppose we want to generate a define, right? We want to generate a define. So, but we also need to keep track of how many textures we already defined, how many sounds we already defined, and how many animations we already defined. It's quite important. So let's create counters. Textures count, right? This one is going to be 0. Then we're going to have sounds count, and what was that? What's the another one? Animats count, right? So I want to grab all of them by a reference. By the way, I wonder if that is specified in the standard, but if I, for example, use this variable here, does that mean that the compiler will not like generate the code for enclosing the rest of the variables in the scope? So does it mean that it will only enclose the variables that I use inside of the body of the Lambda? Does anybody remember? Do we have any professional C++, like modern C++ developers? Like logically, it shouldn't enclose things that are not used, right? Because it's zero cost abstractions, because C++, not everybody knows that, but C++ was the first like adept of zero cost abstractions before Rust, way before Rust existed. So, and a lot of decisions in C++ are made around zero cost abstractions. Pretty sure it just captures what you use. Yeah, I also want to believe that, but I don't know for sure. Yeah, it is like that, but I'm not sure about the standard. I see. I don't know. So the only thing we can do here is just hope that the developers of the compiler just were not lazy and actually implemented it this way. Standard doesn't specify. Okay, it makes sense because that could be used for all sorts of optimizations. So yeah, because the reason why I'm asking is that because I want to capture only these 3 variables, but I don't want to type capture this, and this because the variable names are so long. One of the things I can do, I can make them shorter, but I don't want to. So, so we're gonna just use like capture all of them. So, and in here, what we're doing, we're gonna do switch upon the types. So the first type is texture, right? So if it's a texture, we're gonna do one thing. If it's sound, we're gonna do another thing. I don't quite remember. Let me take a look at the assets file, assets.conf. So they are called textures because we're sort of referring to the array of them. So type animats sv, and there you go. Otherwise, we can actually throw some sort of an error saying that unknown type of the asset. So std error, unknown type of asset, and we can provide this type here. It would be also pretty cool to specify where exactly that happened. We only know the file path, so assets file path, but we don't know the line. Hello Burak Kizilay, welcome to the stream. Hello Roju. Oh, you already were here. Yeah, hello anyway. If you Google CPP Insight, you could try that Lambda capture with that. I could probably try to look at the what is generated in assembly and just try to figure out that. But not really sure if I care about it that much. I was just mildly curious about it, but thank you. It shows what the compiler does. Maybe I'll do that, thank you. I wasn't really that interesting that I want to investigate that. It was just mild interest. Yeah, thank you. So, and we have an unknown asset. We want to actually exit all of that. But okay, so I want to report also the line where that happened. So I think I should keep track of the lines. It creates separate class with all captures as fields. Yeah, I programmed in C++ before C++ 11, and lambdas were introduced in C++ 11, and in C++ 03, I remember that I had to create so-called functors, right? In C++ there's the notion of functors, and it's basically a class where an operator of parentheses is overloaded for that specific class. And before C++ 11, you had to do this kind of thing, right, manually. So I kind of understand what Lambda is doing, right? But it's rather the question whether it includes everything in the scope, or does it include only the things that are needed? And I think there is like an argument for this thing to include what it's needed, because usually a scope may contain shit ton of thing, right? Even if you just define something like this. So you just included IO stream, and you just have this thing, and you do something like this. Just that program in the global scope has shit ton of things. My God. It has shit ton of them, and I'm pretty sure the compiler developers would not want to include all of that into that functor. So I think there is like a good argument why it only includes the things that are used, because just whatever is imported from the standard library, it's a lot of things actually. So all right, yeah, I could check that on Goodbolt. Thank you so much. All right, so let's actually keep track of the lines. Line number 0 plus line number, and on top of including all of these elements here, we also include the line number. We will also include the line number. So usually a lot of tools that parse the outputs of different other tools like compilers and greps, they usually expect the lines to start counting from 1 for some reason. So that's why I'm starting them from 1. Yeah, and here we're gonna have line number. Can I do something like this? Oh, I can. Nice. Cool. So, and in here, I'm gonna have the following thing. Pascal devs invented these utils. Yeah. Line number. Okay, so there you go. So if we encounter something unknown, we essentially do it like that. Okay, cool. So if it's a textures, we're gonna do print ln std out, define, then id, right? Then id. Then it's gonna be something like assets textures textures count. Textures count. Unwrap. I think it's gonna be unwrap. It depends on what we have here, because yeah, we have assets. You unwrap, you get the texture, and then from within that texture, you should be able to either get the actual texture or the surface of texture mask or something. Okay, I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. So, and after that, we're gonna increment the texture count. There we go. All right. So if I try to run this entire thing, it doesn't even compile because I forgot the comma. So what else do we have here? Unused variable count. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, god damn it. So unused variable path. Can I just do it like that then? Oh, I can. Okay. So look at that. So for each individual texture, we're generating the define that just directly accesses the corresponding texture. Similarly to how we do that for the configuration files. You see? It's similar to that. So this is what I'm going for. So let's actually implement that for sounds as well, right? So print ln std out is going to be defined. Then we're going to have id. I might as well actually extract this id to like outside, but we'll see how it goes. Assets. What is it called? Textures, sounds. Yeah, there we go. Sound count, and then unwrap. And when I'm unwrapping that thing, by the way, when I'm unwrapping this thing, what do I get? I get just a sample. Perfect. I get just a sample. Oh shit. We'll see how easy it will be to access all of that. It's, yeah, it's interesting. All right, let's see if it improves now. Yeah, there we go. So we have a section for textures now. We have a section for sounds, and sounds all 0 because I don't increment the sound counter. Hello, Draco. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How are you doing? So there we go. Sounds are incremented. Yeah, sounds are incremented. I'm also well, I suppose. Okay, so I'm just gonna slightly update my title, and let's do the same thing for the animations. Std out, define id assets animats animats count, and we're gonna just do unwrap. Right, and we also have to increment animats count, and just uncomment that, and there we go. I think everything looks okie dokie karaoke generally. All right, so we're generating that thing for like all of them, and everything looks okay. And everything looks okay. So now we can just use that. We can just use that instead of directly like accessing stuff and everything, and I think it's gonna be better. So, all right. So this is HPP. And usually for this kind of thing, we also specify what was it generated by, and from what file. So I think we're gonna do a similar thing. So it's going to be println. So we're going to put a comment here, std out, generated by src. I think I can do it something like that. Generated by file. Hello, Gregors. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, generated by file from assets file path. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Isn't it cool? I think it's pretty cool. Because yeah, it will automatically just do that. And if you try to run this entire thing, it says generated by this file, right? This file from this thing. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And I guess this tool is kind of done. Okay, I kind of want to reuse parse assets config in the struct assets implementation, or rather, let's go to the assets, because there is a place where there's a duplicate code, load conf. This thing is called load conf. There we go. To reuse this thing in the assets load conf implementation. There we go. So that's what we have here. So this is going to be additional to do. Looks good. So we need to embed that into the build process, right? So essentially, we're going to have assets types. So I don't really know why I'm calling it asset types, because like it's sort of like a tradition, but whatever. Asset types. So to build this header, we need this program. Hello, Dethenor. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? So yeah, we need the program. So that's why we put this program as the dependency, and we also need the assets configuration itself. So it's going to be assets conf. And essentially what we do here, we call this thing assets typer on this assets config, right? On this assets config. Oh my god, I don't know how to copy paste. And we redirect that to here. And this is how we can create such file. We can even test that. So we do make, and as you can see, that compiles the program and then it runs the program. So it's sort of like a meta program that generates more code that you want to use. And here are the assets types that we generated here. Yeah. There we go. Seems good. Seems good. That was actually pretty straightforward, I would say. I think, in my opinion. And I think the time has come to include all that. Where do we include config typer? Right, we include that in the config common. Well, in our case, in the case of the assets, I think we should always include the config typer. So yeah. So not release. If it's something release. Wait a second. Okay, so this is if not release, something release. This is only for the release, and this is only for Win32. So I might as well actually indent this thing a little bit, so it's a little bit easier to read. And also we have like a tab from Ji Young. I know that this tab was contributed by Ji Young, and I intentionally don't remove that as a reminder. Even though in our project we're using spaces instead of tabs. You know why? Because people who use spaces instead of tabs, you know, get more money. Yeah. Remember that like a Stack Overflow survey where they found the correlation between how much people get paid and whether they use spaces versus tabs? More work, more money, yeah. It's kind of funny. It was actually kind of funny survey. Anyways, so we have a baked config baker, blah 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 blah. Yeah, people are paid per character. Oh shit, that's really strange. Yeah, I know that it's contributed probably by Cache, or I don't remember, but it's very strange, I think. Wasn't there like a debate spaces with tabs on Discord? I think there was, but I cannot imagine that anyone like debates tabs versus spaces these days unironically, because every time people do this kind of debate, I think they're either just trolling or role-playing. So I just cannot take this kind of debate seriously on the internet, to be fair. I just cannot. We should put more comments and longer variable names, yeah. I use 10-0 width characters at the start of each line to increase my paycheck. Nice. Imagine if the writers were paid per character. Exactly. It was me, Cache just defined S size. Ah, okay. It's nothing wrong, it's kind of like a funny name for a header. So unified code with the spaces. Some people really are defensive over how they format the code. Well, I can understand why, because when people get used to a particular formatting, it makes it easy for them to quickly read the code, and it gets very annoying for them and actually drops their productivity when the code is formatted slightly differently, because they have to mentally adjust. So I do understand why some people get very defensive about that. What I'm personally trying to do, I'm trying to actually abstract away from the formatting and train my brain to adapt to different formattings. So it doesn't matter for me. I think it's a way more useful skill because it will enable you with easily reading someone else's code, right? I don't know, maybe it's just me. I think it's way more important to adapt to different formatting than defend the one and only formatting. Because if you can adapt, you can collaborate with other people. And if you can collaborate with other people, you can do more things. The more things, the better, right? For sure, preference, but not to the point of being rigid. Like you say, you have to adapt. Yeah, preference, yeah. Other people. Well, unfortunately, these days programming is a social activity, considering, you know, open source community and GitHub and stuff like that. So these days, the systems are complex, they're huge, and a single person in their basement cannot really develop like a competitive software, I think. These times are long gone. So that's why, you know, programming is a social activity, especially in open source, where we collaborate with each other, where we help each other, where we review each other and stuff like that, where we reuse each other's code. So yeah, it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. Assets, typer. In science, the same situation as far as I know. Yeah, I think like open source community like borrowed a lot of ideas from scientists. I hate open source. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just remember that open source also probably hates you. There's nothing wrong with hating open source. I think open source is definitely not for everyone. It's kind of like its own special community. Yeah, that of people that like to do things and share them, and not everybody is like that, and it's completely understandable. In South Russia, open source hates you. Yeah, sure. Isn't open source basically communism? let's not go there, okay? Which distro are you using? I'm using Arch, the best distro of all time. All software that aren't personal use is social or parasocial, since there's always some end user. I see. Alrighty. So, okay, so if I want to build things, right? Something, so here's the config types, and did I call it config? Yeah, I called it literally config types. Nice. Arch is meh, always breaks. Well, this is probably why younger Linux users love Arch so much, because Arch always gives you opportunity to tinker with things and fix them, right? And young people actually love this kind of stuff, right? Over time, as you get older, you kind of get tired of that. So you just want a like operating system that works, and you start using boomer distros like Debian. Anyway, Debian is stable. Debian is stale. Got him. Debian stale. Debian stale. I use Slackware. Oh, Slackware. That's even more stale than Debian. Don't call me old. I'm 70 years old when I used Arch, and now I'm 20 and use Ubuntu. Cool. You're already old, actually. 20. Like, imagine still, you know, using Ubuntu in 20. You're supposed to use boomer distros. All right. Imagine being 20 and thinking you're a Zoomer. I used Ubuntu in 21. Yeah. Boomer life, exactly. Eventually you get so old you just use Windows. What about Dennis though? It's kind of interesting. He's using Solaris on the Spark machine. Okay, so let's actually try to do a committee. Dennis is cool though, don't get me wrong. I absolutely love Dennis. He's the absolute fucking legend. The open source world needs more people like Dennis. That's for fucking sure. Assets types, I think. Alright, so now apparently we have an access to all of that shite. The thing I want to do now, I want to go through all of the places where we perform get texture by ID or get texture by blah 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 blah, and replace all of these things with actually the actual macros that we generate at compile time. Let me see what we can do here. So I'm gonna find the assets.hpp. I'm gonna find assets.hpp, and one of the things I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna rename this thing. Actually, I think I need to, rename this thing here, and see if I can refactor those places. Okay, let's go to the refactoring adventure. Are you optimizing? You forgot to add sun. Are you optimizing sun? Oh shit. We actually get... We don't really get the texture by itself, we actually get its ID. Oh shit. Who's Dennis? He's the legend. He's... I think his nickname is Last Miles. To be Last Miles. Okay. Check him out. He's super cool. He's doing like old school Unix hacking. And he's also a wizard. He's also a wizard. So what's funny is that we're usually trying to get the indices instead of these things directly. I googled Dennis Clark Twitch and only got Tsoding. Because it's me. I am the Dennis Clark. Okay? We're the same person actually. So every time I stream on the Last Miles channel, I put on the fake beard and the hat, start smoking, drinking and swearing. Yeah, it's actually me. And I also get like a Canadian accent. As you can see, I'm really good at faking accents. I can fake Canadian accent, I can fake Russian accent. Move to fake Canada, yeah. This is why I apologize so much, because I'm in fact a Canadian, right? So not everybody knows that, but I'm Canadian. Tsoding in the streets, Last Miles in the sheets, yeah. That is goddamn true. Alright, so what I want you to do here, in fact, is this thing. So I'm gonna say up, and that will not compile, because there will be type mismatch. There will be type mismatch. Look at that type mismatch. Oh yeah, and apparently I should not use arrow here, so we'll have to update the generator, the code generator. Yeah, it's literally me. I am code degenerator. Because every time I touch my code, it gets worse every time. But how do you stream to both channels simultaneously? Well, I have two cameras, right? So anyway. Alright, so, and what does it say? Yeah, essentially, no match operator equals between texture index and the texture. So we're usually talking about texture indices in our code base. So I have an interesting idea, actually have an interesting idea. Wait, your room changed, I didn't even notice. Well, welcome to Tsoding stream. I moved to a different apartment 4 months ago. You can take a closer look at my room if you want to. There you go. So this is my room. There's a little bit of flare here for some reason. I don't fucking know why, but probably yeah, I know why. Okay, I see. So, and there's a backpack and there's a tablet. Room tour when? It's too dirty, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do a room tour. So maybe once I clean up my room, I can do a room tour. We'll see about that. That is an Ashes couch. Probably, I don't know. I don't know what kind of couch is that. It was here in the apartment when I rented it. Travel blog. I kind of want to start traveling because I don't know, to different places, but you know, all of the corona stuff and shit. But that would be actually pretty cool. Because if you think about that, I don't really have an office. Like, the only thing I need is a decent internet. I can just travel around and stream from the places where I can get a decent internet and just develop things and stuff like that. From that YouTube channel where he films in front of his couch and talks general hilarious nonsense. Yeah, probably. Coding while drinking from a coconut on the beach. Maybe. IRL hacking stream. Yeah. Do it in a terrorist style in a micropass. Rest in peace, Perry, by the way. Rest in peace. So yeah. How did he even program inside of like a micro? It's so fucking uncomfortable. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. He was actually typing like that. Oh my god. Poor Terry. Rest in peace. Okay, so I think we need to extend the generation. I want to also generate not only this macro, but also like a sister macro, right? Sister macro that is suffixed by index, and it will contain just the index of that thing. And it should be, in my opinion, actually something like texture index, right? Texture index. There we go. So, yeah. Why are you moving from place to place anyway? Because I don't own any apartment. I wasted too much time and I still don't own any apartment. So I have to rent it. It's probably gonna rent it for the rest of my life. Are you homeless? Well, if you're renting an apartment, are you really homeless? I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I am homeless. Who knows? No, it's not rude. I'm Russian. It's kind of difficult to offend a Russian with this kind of nonsense. Don't worry about it. Russians are usually very difficult to offend with this kind of stuff. Alright. Man, you're stone cold. Really? Sweet home Voronezh. I'm in Novosibirsk though. He'll drink it away soon. I don't drink alcohol. I know, weird, right? I'm Russian, I don't drink alcohol. Insane. This must be a fake. Okay, so I want to generate like a sister things. Sister macros. So essentially we're going to define two things here. So the first thing, ID, and we're going to have a texture index, where we just do that. Textures count, right? Textures count, and I think we're also going to wrap that in this. There we go. When I see programming, I feel like I'm so noob and just born. I'm not doing anything special, to be fair. I don't know. I'm sorry for making you feel bad. But it's just a matter of practice. I've been doing that for 15 years. Like, just do that for 15 years straight. And you're gonna be as good as me, maybe even better, because I personally don't have that high of an IQ, right? So I have a pretty average IQ, but I've been just doing that for too long. If you do that for the same time, maybe you're gonna be even better. So I don't think it's comparable. To be fair, like generally, it's kind of a bad idea to compare yourself with other people, because you are not those people. You were first born in a different place, in a different circumstances. You have different opportunities. You even have a different natural capabilities. So you cannot compare yourself with other people. The only person you can compare with is your past self. So just ask yourself, are you now a better person than you were in the past? And if you are, that means it's good. So, because even the most successful people who got lucky and got a lot of money, they might be actually degrading over time. Like over time, they actually becoming worse people than they were in the past. And if you are less successful, but over time you're slowly becoming better, you're already better than them because they are degrading and you're improving. So you cannot compare yourself with other people. Compare yourself with yourself. So, and that's the only, you know, correct way to do things, I think. I don't know. At least it helps me to not get depressed and upset. Tsoding's blood is already alcohol, so there is no point in drinking alcohol. So he's drinking water, yeah. Compare yourselves to your future self. Be delusional. That's a good one. Self-reflection is a sign of intelligent being. I suppose, maybe. Alright. So let's continue. I also want to do it like that. So this is going to be an index, right? If you want an index, you will have to call this thing here. Feel better now? Yeah, sure. Don't feel bad if you see people who are, you know, do better than you or more successful than you. They were born under certain different circumstances. They are completely different people. Just focus on yourself. Focus on yourself. Are you improving? Because those people might not be improving over time. Alright, so what do we have here? Texture count. Live your best life, exactly. Exactly. So textures count. This is ICPC rank to compare yourself to others. I'm improving slowly, bit by bit. Good. That's actually pretty good. Alright. So, and we have a problem here, I suppose. Fuel yourself with hatred towards yourself, anger-driven development, new meta. I don't know. So it's kind of mentally difficult to hate yourself all the time. Because if you hate yourself all the time, you slowly become self-destructive towards yourself. And it's not that far from self-harm, so I wouldn't recommend to hate yourself, actually. I wouldn't recommend you to do that. Alright. Oh, okay, it worked. So now what we're doing here is we're actually generating 2 macros per resource. Right, we're generating the thing that can directly access a particular asset, and also an index by which you can access it. Right. So, and I think that's actually pretty cool. I don't know how to measure my improvement, so I don't know. Well, there's a lot of different criteria for measuring your improvement. You know, how much you earn. Do you feel happier than you felt before? Right. So, yeah, it's like overall. Also, you have to live with yourself for the rest of life, so hating yourself wouldn't be good. Yeah, exactly. Alright. What's happy and where is it? That's a good question. Alright, so we're gonna go through all of the compilation errors and just do this kind of replacement. So the point of that code generation... Right. The point of that code generation was to... so we don't have to do any function calls anymore. So now instead of calling this function, you see, we're calling this function assets get texture by ID or panic. We don't have to do that. We can just take this name and say index. Boom. That's it. So that's why we were generating code, so we can just use this kind of stuff directly. And I'm gonna go through all of the places where we do all of that stuff. And yeah, so now I can do it like that. Index. And maybe even here. So, yep. Oh shit. Is everything okay? I think everything's okay. So, yeah. So everything should be simplified now. Are you making your own agent? Well, technically, yes. Is that something bad? Should I not do? Should I not make my own engine? Should I use Unity or Unreal Engine? What do you think? Share your thoughts. Share your feelings. Diesel. Just use Unity. That's an interesting idea. Sprite from texture ID. So, okay, similarly we have this kind of situation. Whatever is more fun for you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that some people wish me to have fun. Because a lot of people, not a lot of them, but there are some people that don't want me to have fun and always suggest me to use these engines and stuff like that. And I don't want to use them, I just want to have fun. Why don't you let me to have fun? But you do let me have fun. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Make your own engine in Haskell. I'm kind of got disappointed with Haskell. It's cool language on the surface, but when you start to dig deeper and you start developing more and more sophisticated projects in it, it becomes worse and worse. It's kind of difficult to maintain a big Haskell project. It feels like this language is not for big projects. It's for small to medium sizes projects, and if it gets close to medium sized project, it gets really frustrating, especially with the build system and stuff like that. It's just, yeah. But I really like the fundamental ideas of Haskell. They're kind of cool, I think. All right. So here's the similar situation. Index. Yep. What are the advantages of Haskell over other languages? The same advantages as pure functional programming. Like I can make like a whole video about that, what people consider advantages of Haskell. It's actually the answer is too long, unfortunately. Can Haskell be considered a way for sniff some gunpowder before moving on, and not a language for something serious? I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think it's a pretty good comparison for that language. So if you really want to become like a good software engineer, I would really recommend you to play with Haskell, just to get the gist of the ideas that it preaches, because these ideas are very interesting and sometimes they can be even very useful in C++ projects. For example, I use a lot of ideas from Haskell in this project. Yeah, for example, using a lot of types to make the code base more robust and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a very interesting language, but I don't think it's production ready, even though some companies use this language in production, but I don't think they use that language in production because it's a good language for that. So I think there's other reason why those companies using them in production, like Facebook or GitHub. Facebook and GitHub are using Haskell in production. And again, as I said, I don't think they're using it because it's a good fit for their purpose. The thing about Haskell is that it attracts very enthusiastic and smart people, right? That's what it does, actually. Enthusiastic and smart people are going crazy about Haskell, especially when they get the ideas of Haskell. They're just fucking insane. They can do anything. They want to do everything in Haskell. And the companies like Facebook and GitHub, I believe, do want to employ such people. And they use these languages as an excuse to actually bring them into the company. Right, so they say, oh look, we have a project in your favorite language, just go work for us. And it's sort of like a bait for this kind of people. So, but this is just my opinion, right? Because I tried Haskell in production, and when the code base grows to a particular size, it becomes a nightmare. So I don't think it's particularly practical. I think companies literally using it as a jailbait for intelligent and enthusiastic people. But this is just my opinion. Maybe I don't know anything about that. So just take it with a grain of salt. Similar situation with Rust, by the way. That's a good name, by the way, Derplord. Yes, that's such a good name. It's a unicorn bait. Yes, it's literally unicorn bait. Thank you so much. I think I'm gonna call it like that from now on. I think the problem is if you're really too much into Haskell, you will be discouraged to work with something else. Could be also a thing as well, because you're living in the world of a world of castles and unicorns, and you don't want to leave that world. So you just want to stay there for the rest of your life, but yeah. Isn't it also good for formal proofs? I don't think so. So because for formal proofs you need dependent types, do you not? Right, I think, yeah, I don't really know much about the topic, so I'm not going to comment on it. The thing about Haskell though is that it is just really exciting how you implement everything. You just can't but help feel about good about programming Haskell. Yeah, it is like that. Yeah, I think Agda init is better for formal proofs. You can actually use the type system of Agda to prove theorems. So yeah. Okay, so get texture by ID. So get texture by ID was not declared. And what is the value? So where am I? Load animates. Oh, this one is actually pretty cool. So we do need this kind of function in the future. Cock. Yep. Cock. Yep. Cock. Yep. Cock. So, okay, so also I have to do it like that. Still going through all of this compilation nonsense. No declaration matches panic, so I also have to do it like that. And this is an underscore. All right. Yep. I think it compiles, chat. I think it finally compiles. The power of cock. Anyway. Composition or inheritance? What is composition and inheritance? I never heard of these things. Sorry. This shit compiles. Look, chat. Look, this shit compiles. So, and what I did here, I replaced this kind of ugly call with just this macro. Isn't that epic? Isn't that epic? I think it's pretty goddamn epic. So, because it simplified the stuff, and I think we don't need the panic anymore, because I don't think anyone uses that. So assets, HPP, so there's no panic, only the one with the maybe. And is it gonna work now? Is it gonna work now? So I don't think I'm gonna build like something debug. Yeah, kill it. Part of learning cock is becoming immune to the name. It's very difficult to teach it in universities, I'm pretty sure about that. But yeah. It's really difficult to get immune to it. So the next step, I think, yeah. I think we need to get rid of that stuff and rename this stuff. So we're gonna have like a similar situation for the sounds. So we refactored the textures axis, right? And now we're refactoring the sound axis. The sound axis. It's difficult to show cock in university. I mean, isn't it studied in university? Like in some universities, I think. I think it is studied in some universities. Get sounds by ID. So we'll have to have this thing here, and we'll have to remove this thing here. So let's actually go and recompile this stuff. Let's recompile this stuff. And here are the situations that we have. So we should be able to do something like that, right? So I should be able to replace this thing with just that. and see how it's gonna go. And it's not gonna compile because, again, the type of the jump one is not really the sound, is not really the sample. I think it has to be an index, yes. So the type of this thing is a sample, but we expecting a S16 index. So again, we'll have to regenerate that stuff a little bit. Typer, so it's going to be the typer, and I need to do a similar thing here, but for the sounds. So this one is going to be sample S16 index, sounds count, and I think I wanted something similar to for the animats as well. Yeah. So we also have animat index, and this one is animats. Animats. Okay, so what do we have here? Let's recompile. Let's recompile. And yeah. So now I can just replace it with index. There we go. So we can just replace it with index. And again, this thing can be also replaced with just an index thingy. Boom, there we go. Let's recompile. Again, a little bit of Emacs magic. Index X. I ran out of vodka, chat, so I will probably need to make a small break to refill my vodka bottle. For the glory of Mother Russia. It needs to be done. More vodka for Mother Russia. Alright. So you see how it is? This is basically the programming. You just go through the compilation errors and you just fix things. Nothing special. This is what software development feels like. Every day. Every day. Does Saint Spring has its own vodka brand? I don't even know what is a Saint Spring. What is it? I don't understand. Sorry. I wish you could answer your question, but I don't think I think I understand. Is this some sort of a brand? Saint Petersburg. Well, I know that there is such city in the country of Mother Russia. Does it not? Is it not? I don't speak English, I'm sorry. Oh shit, by the way, this is the moment where I can just use oof sound. Yeah. So I can just do like mixer play oof sound, and I think it will work. I think it will actually work. Oh shit, that's cool. Yeah, boy. And then I can say just play the crunch sound. Hello, Yetanasa, welcome to the stream. We're just playing the crunch sound. That actually simplifies things a lot. I really like that. So we need both of the macros here. The indexed one and not indexed one. Oh shit, okay, it compiled. So we ported all of the textures and indices. And by the way, I haven't tested how all of that works for quite some time. So everything seems to be working correctly. I didn't break anything so far. Right. Oh shit. Okay, I'm dead. So yeah, I didn't seem to break anything so far, which is great. I really like that. So, assets. So I need to find the assets CPP, blah blah blah. So what we need here, I think I already removed panic, right? I removed panic. So similarly to that, we're gonna refactor animations as well. There's not that many animations, so I think it's gonna go a little bit faster. So assets HPP, and here we're gonna have this thing. So now we just have that. What's up, Neutral Seconds? Welcome to the stream. Yep. So, and here I can just use index. There we go. To do animate index. So animate index was not declared. Wait a second, we don't have animate index. Ah, it's a frame animate index. I did a mistake. So it's not called animate index, it's a frame animate index. Who would have thought? It's a frame animate. Jesus. Alright. So in here I should be able to do this kind of stuff. Just like that. Then index, boom. Mistakes were made. Exactly. Horrible mistakes were made. Alright. Can remove that. Index. Boom. And let's remove it like that. Index. And I think we're almost there. God damn it. Every time I think we're almost there, I need to make the changes in another place. But luckily these changes are really easy to make. Okay, this one is interesting. So we're trying to access the animate directly, so that means in here I can just do it like that. Yeah, there we go. So it's just that. And can I just directly replace that? Can I just use projectile idle animate like this? Oh shit, I think it's a good idea. Yeah. So if I want to like directly access that animate, I can just do it like that. And if I want to know the index of the animate inside of the assets, is actually pretty cool. Yeah. So you see what I'm doing, right? So you can just directly access all of these things like that, and we're generating this header that actually, you know, generates like accesses to different assets automatically for you, similarly to how we do that for the configuration. So now yeah. So that's basically was my plan all along. So we have two different kinds of macros: the name of the assets itself and the name of the assets plus index, and it just gives you the index of that assets in the asset array if you want to like refer to it, because it is important to refer to the assets by an index rather than a pointer, right? Because the assets may be reloaded, they can be relocated in memory, so we have to use the relative pointers to point at them. So yeah, code generation for the win. Yeah, I think like there should be more languages that allow this kind of code generation naturally without creating intermediate problems and stuff like that. I'm back. Didn't fix the issue. I'd give it a fuck it. Welcome back here at Simplots. We're still working on assets stuff thingy. How are you doing? How are you doing? So yeah. Still doing hugs. So, and what I want to do here is frames 0, and then I'm going to remove everything else here, like that. So basically at any point in the game, I can just say, give me this animation, then I can extract frames out of that animation and take the zeros frame out of it. And I think it's quite important, by the way, to have an asset, assert that enemy idle animate frames count is greater than 0, because otherwise you will try to access something that you're not supposed to access. Okay, so what else do we have here? Frame count. Is it frames count or frame count? I don't quite remember. Alright, so it was a frame count. Okay, so we have a similar situation here, I think. We have a similar situation here. Boom, frames. And again, I want to do an assert that frame count is greater than 0. Otherwise, we're trying to access something that doesn't exist. It's very important. More asserts, the better. It's a defensive style of software development. Alright, seems to be compiling, seems to be working, it's working, I suppose. Yep, pretty cool. Let's actually see if it works. So also let's see if the animations of the the animations do work. The animations do work, which is kind of cool. Alright, so I also need to git ignore the new executable that we introduced. Assets typer, there we go, so we don't try to commit it or whatever. And maybe also assets types should be ignored as well, because it's a generated code. It is in fact a generated code. You make all this by yourself? Well, I got a help from my viewers as well, because this entire thing is open source, and anyone can submit an issue or a pull request, and as a matter of fact a lot of people did. So let's take a look. Just a second. So we have 11 contributors who at some point contributed to this project, but I by far the biggest contributor to this project, because I contributed the most amount of changes. Kolumbetka is the second one, the third one is Appa, and so on and so forth. So yeah, so majority of the stuff is written by myself, but I got some help from other people who watch my streams. How I contribute to this project? You need to learn how to make pull requests on GitHub. Just Google up how to make pull request on GitHub and read how it's done. Is there a list of things to do? There are issues, so you can go through them and just pick something for yourself. So yeah. There's also GitHub desktop client. Yeah, I never used it though. So I started to use GitHub pretty much since the beginning of GitHub, and I kind of got used to its web interface, so I don't know, I rarely change my habits usually. What the hell, I just found that there is a separate kernel module for PMW stuff. Interesting. Have you ever used GitLab? Of course I use GitLab. I actually used all sorts of different hosting platforms and stuff like that. I usually use GitLab when I work on commercial projects for somebody, because the clients usually set up their own GitLab, and they store all of their source code there. So of course I use GitLab. Are you going to switch to GitHub CLI when it comes out? Probably not, because again, that means I just need to change my reflexes, and I already have developed reflexes that work for me. But maybe I will give desktop client a try. We'll see how it goes. Have you heard about Gitpod? No, I've never heard of it. Is it like yet another Git thingy? Because people create these small Git hosting things all the time. Is Gitpod one of them? I don't know. There's a lot of them, but I didn't hear about that specific one. Sorry. Okay, so here's the assets, and I think the time has come to change this naming back. Or you can think of a functionality you'd want to see in the game. No. Oh, okay. So I thought you'd tell something to me. I see. SourceCut is actually pretty cool. I really like it. I really like how minimalistic it is. So yeah, I started to use it for like my personal stuff. Actually, it's actually super cool. Right. So get texture by ID. So I'm gonna rename this thing. So you still can't things by ID here if you want to, of course. Of course, if you want to. Oh yeah, and now I can just change it back. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do a committee. Let's do the committee. So what should I do here? Introduce assets typer. And I just realized that it will completely break the build on Windows, which is good. You know why? Because now that will force me to fix it on Windows. So before we had a build on Windows, I would just implement something that was not implemented on Windows before, and of course I'm never gonna fix it because it doesn't break the build. But now I think the build is gonna be broken, and yeah, that's actually super cool. I really like that. I really like that. Yeah, the last thing I wanted to implement actually, I want to get rid of some of these things where we access the assets, textures. Yeah, so I can't find anything. Textures, sounds. Huh. Did I really get rid of them completely? So what if I go to the assets and change the name of this variable? What's gonna happen? Archelesis, welcome to the stream. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Welcome, my comrades. So yeah, we're still developing this shite. We're just working on the asset management system that will help us dynamically reload things and stuff. We're just, refactoring things, and also in parallel talking about different stuff, about software development, about languages, about hostings like GitHub, GitLab. So you're also good. Nice to hear that. Nice to hear that. Okay, so what I wanted to do here, I want to get rid of these things, right? So I want to be able to get texture by index now. Right, that's what I wanted to be able to do, so I don't have to do this kind of like a long thing. Yeah. So let's actually try to implement something like that. So we already can get textures by ID or by, textures by ID and sound by ID and so on and so forth. I want to do something like texture, get texture by index. Right, and what you have to provide here, you have to provide texture index, and it will return a texture. But in the majority of situations, if we cannot find such thing, we want to kind of crash, right, indicating that something went wrong. So we're going to do or panic, right? So do that or panic. Usually we're going to panic if, in case if index is greater than the amount of textures you have there. So, to be fair, this is still a very long thing, so we'll see how it goes. Nah, we're gonna just assume that it's correct, probably. Hopefully. Yeah. You have lockdown in Russia too? We in Germany have for November. I don't really know much about lockdown in Russia specifically, but we do in fact have a second wave, and it's actually pretty bad. A lot of people actually getting sick, and hospitals are actually full completely. But I don't know if we're gonna have a lockdown. I don't think, yeah, we don't have a lockdown, and I'm not sure if we're gonna have it. So... yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to not go out too much these days, so yeah. Hospitals are full probably everywhere now. Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's actually pretty bad. It's kind of strange. The second wave is a little bit scarier, because the first one, people were getting sick, but those were people are like somewhere far away. But this time people getting sick, and those people are the people who you actually know. Like That's what's getting. That's why it like second wave is slightly scary, because it makes the feeling that this thing getting closer, like it's just getting closer and closer to you. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, hopefully we'll get through. There's just more people. Yeah, there's just more people this time. Masks on, boys. Do I have a mask here? Where's my face diaper? I left my face diaper in a different room, I'm sorry. Alright, so let's actually implement this function. Lost mask. I mean, I have like a pack of, you know, of masks. It's just in a different place. I cannot go there. Biohazard suit would be preferable. No, I don't have one, I'm sorry. I wish I did, but no, I don't have. Alright. Okay, so what do we have here? Get texture by ID, and essentially what we can do here, say, yeah, textures underscore index unwrap. There we go. So this is basically what we only have as a function, so we don't have to do too much of cumbersome code. That emote looks pretty sus. I think it's a combo emote. Yeah, it's basically a combo emote. For winter, masks are great usually. Keeps your nose warm. Yeah, they are. Okay, so now instead of doing that, what I want to do, I want to be able to do assets get texture by ID, and I can just provide this texture here, and I don't have to do this thing anymore. That was reference to Among Us. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. So the suit and sus, okay. Yeah. I remember somebody said on the internet that the only reason why people write sus in Among Us is because nobody knows how to write suspicious. Because it's too long of a word and too complicated, so nobody knows how to properly write it, so everyone just types sus. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Alright. Texture index. No matching function to call. Really? By index, I'm sorry. Yeah, by index. Indexing. Getting asked to spell innocent backwards in TTT. What is TTT? I'm sorry. I don't really know what it is, so I don't understand the reference. Oh, and excuse me, then I can just take the texture like that. Suspicious is gonna be to be a boomer word. Yeah, probably. Trouble in Tourist Town, a shooter based Among Us. Ah, I see. I'm sorry. I don't really play that many video games, so sometimes I don't know things. I'm really sorry. Which is kind of funny because I like to create video games more than I like to play them. It's kind of strange, I know, but yeah. So yeah, essentially we refer to assets by their corresponding indices, right? And then you can get the specific assets by calling this function, like get texture by index, and then you can convert it to a corresponding thing here. I play a lot of video games and I don't know that one. Did you go to any uni? You mean graduated? I actually graduated from one uni, so I have a higher education. Oh, it's a Garry's Mod game mode, I see. So I'm not really familiar with Garry's Mod, and it feels like a Garry's Mod is like its own universe with its own things. So yeah, probably makes sense. If anyone is interested, I graduated from a uni called SibCU. It's a Siberian State Industrial University in the city of Novokuznetsk. If anyone gives a shit. So I literally graduated from a shithole university of Siberia. So, see you in Siberia. So, it's so bad, I don't consider myself having any higher education. To be fair, I'm like legit considering saving enough money and, you know, going to NSU, the University of Novosibirsk, and actually like getting like a proper education there. To be fair, like from my previous university, I got specialist degree, which is kind of like pretty much almost like bachelor, like slightly better than bachelor. I might actually try to go to NSU for a master degree, but yeah, I don't know. Sbox aka Gmod is going to have a C# modding. Oh, I see. What matters is what color your diploma has. It's actually blue. I'm really bad at studying, sorry. Just like there's game modes in Counter-Strike or Minecraft. Yeah, I know what is Garry's mod, yeah. It's a blue diploma. Yeah, I'm dumb, I'm sorry. Right, so... Sorry about that. I'm not sure if it's a thing in other countries, but in Russia, if you have all of the excellent grades, you have a different color of diploma. So if you have red diploma, and if you don't, you have a blue diploma. Is that a thing in other countries? I don't know. You don't have any from the uni. Did you graduate it yet, or what? No, other people don't have it. Blue diploma, Husky streamer, how come? Not yet. Oh, okay, so it's just last year. I see, I see. So, yeah. The reason why I have bad grades, I usually had bad grades in university and in school my entire life, is that because I can't follow the instructions. It's not because like I'm dumb or don't understand what the teachers tell me. I just don't want to do what they tell me. I just find it hard, kind of difficult to follow the instructions. That's it. And that's why I get bad grades, because I usually quite often just don't do assignments. Because I'd rather spend like time doing my own things, like my projects, rather than doing some stupid shit for uni that will be thrown away next day. I don't know. So I think the diploma is actually a certificate of how well you can follow instructions rather than your abilities and stuff like that. My diploma for my master is blue, but only because I have the only 4, which is for a subject called Охрана труда, and I'm sure you understand the irony. That's funny. Yeah. Which is what business wants, obviously. Yeah. So basically, the diploma is a certificate that you can get up early at morning every fucking day, go somewhere far away, and do useless, mindless shit for the whole day. That's what it is. And yeah. I guess, but I still kind of want to get a master's degree because I want to get into that, you know, learning environment yet again, like an environment where people are enthusiastic about learning things and trying things and stuff like that. How old are you? I'm 29. I'm gonna be 30 soon. So, yeah. Alright, so let's continue. So textures, alright, assets, get texture by index. Oh, sorry, we're the same age, nice, cool. You're also 29, cool. That's actually super cool. Everyone is 29, it's a 29 party. Get texture by index. One more time. A bomb. Do not mind it. I'm sorry, Hermikovi. Are you older or younger? I suppose you're younger. Yeah, you're too young. You're too zoomer for our party. 28 in the thread. 28 is a zoomer, come on. Also 33, damn, time flies, yeah. Okay. Okay, boomers. You should have said, I guess. A good look. You should have said, okay, boomers, I guess. Feels bad, man. I get by index. Alright, so we're gonna close that. Get texture, a single one. Get a single texture by index. Have you ever worked in corporate, Chip? Well, quite a lot, and I hate it. So yeah, that's why I'm here. Of course I worked in corporate. Job. Get texture by index. Oh, Zelcore. Zelcore.
Tsoding shir, Tsoding shir, Tsoding shir.
Tsoding shir. Thank you so much for 2 months of Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And welcome to our epic Boomer Club. Yeah, after saying Boomer Club, you definitely should dab. Because dabbing is such an old thing that it's already basically a boomer thing. So, yeah. Anyway, Tsoding shir. Let's continue. So textures. Okay, that makes sense. So that has to be underscore. And I think I refactored everything quite well, I gotta say. So we finished the refactoring, like at least a good chunk of refactoring, because textures, accessing textures is the biggest chunk of refactoring. So texture, okay, so this one has to be like a member of assets for sure. Corporate prostitution is not as fun, yeah. Archelaces. And I completely understand you, Archelaces, because I also worked in outsource. So I know how fun it is. I do know how fun it is. But you know, in Russia or Ukraine, it doesn't really matter, working in outsource is really beneficial because it helps you to improve your English. And I think, yeah, this is one of the benefits, I suppose, of outsource, because you get to talk in English a lot, even though you're working for Ukrainian or Russian company. So, Slavic outsource. Well, I mean, the first world countries outsourcing the work to third world countries. What can I say? It's just a natural order of things. It's just a natural order of things. And in Russia, there's also a lot of outsourced companies as well. So yeah. All right. So let's see if I didn't break anything. Everything seems to be okie dokie karaoke. When will be the part 3 of GC? You mean general genetic programming, right? So I actually really want to continue genetic programming. So I have a plans to actually change the schedule again and do the 3rd part tomorrow. So there's a good probability that tomorrow we're going to do genetic programming yet again about that. Because we're really close to actually implementing a genetic algorithm that will do breeding and stuff like that. So I just decided to make a game development today just for the people who were waiting for the game development, because some people raised the concerns that they wanted game development. So yeah, that's true. But I've been learning English myself, so I would have learned it anyway because I'm a language learning enthusiast, so I don't need corporate prostitution for that. Oh, I see. For me, it's kind of difficult to motivate myself to do things that I don't need, to survive. I mean, to survive, right? Because in case of the like outsource, right, you have to speak English, otherwise you're fucking out, right? So it just forces you to learn that language as quickly as possible, and it helps like, super well. So yeah. I did competitive programming when I was a student, like around 7 years ago. And I still occasionally do competitive programming, but not as often. And I was never good at competitive programming. Alright, so the next stage of the refactoring is going to be changing this thing to underscore. Ah, goddammit. Assets. Assets HPP. So let's just change it like that. I might as well actually change it here as well. So, and let's introduce sample as 16. Get sound by index. Right, it's going to be sample as 16 index. Right, and we'll have to implement all of these functions here. And here's going to be frame animat. Frame animat. Get animat by index is going to be frame animat index. There we go. Assets HP assets CPP, I think. Assets CPP. Get texture by ID. Get where's the get sound? I don't see get sound. Get sound by ID, and we need to have get sound by index now. All right, we need to get sound by index. It's gonna be assets, right? And we do sounds index unwrap, and then we can even return all that. Your code looks so good. Really? Okay. I'm really glad you like it. I try to keep it as simple as possible. I'm pretty much programming in procedural style, right, without any overcomplication from a modern C++, because I kind of find it difficult to follow code that is written in the modern C++. So I rather prefer programming in a C++ of 2003, like a very old C++ style. But with occasional like modern C++ features like variadic templates and stuff like that, because sometimes they are useful, I think. Alright, so assets CPP, so we get texture, and then we're gonna get animat. Take that complement command. I already took it. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm Russian. I don't understand how to get the compliments, because in Russia you're supposed to insult each other. In Russia we don't compliment each other, we constantly insult each other. So when somebody compliments me, like, I don't understand how to react. So I'm really sorry, but I really appreciate the compliment. So I'm just joking, of course. Okay, so we have this kind of thing, and essentially what we have to do get animat by index, and I have to just do idle and just render it. Yeah, there we go. So I have an idle index, and I do get assets by idle, and I wonder if it's and I just render all of that. That makes sense, I think. What do you think? Does this code look good? I don't know. It's kind of sophisticated. Get animat by index, and we'll have to get that index here. How did you do work wrap? It's actually kind of an interesting trick. All right. I think I can try to explain that. So how do I manage the assets? So roughly speaking, it's not necessarily like 100% true, but roughly speaking, I have global arrays. Like I have arrays of textures, right? And then you know, some amount of textures. Then I have array of sounds, and so on and so forth, right? So, and essentially, if a particular entity in the game plays a particular sound, right? Instead of storing the sound inside of it, it actually stores the index of the sound that it want to place. So, and every time, if you have an entity, right, and you want to play its sound, what you have to do, you have to play sounds entity sound. So you use this as an index in this global array, right? So we don't store the pointers to this thing, we store indices. And the reason why we do that, so it's easier to change these things around and relocate them in the memory and do all sorts of dynamic hot reloading stuff. Right, so what we're storing here, we're not storing absolute position of the resource in the memory, we're storing its relative one, we're storing its index in a global array. So this is what we do here. But it creates kind of a problem. You see, there is no any type information associated with the resources, right? So sound index is not different from a texture index. And imagine if you have a function, play, that accepts a sound to play, right? But you accidentally put a texture index there. That thing will compile. That thing will compile, but it's gonna play a wrong sound, and it will be super difficult for you to troubleshoot that situation. How we can bypass the situation, how we can fix that? We can introduce, for indices of different types, we can introduce different new types. For example, I can introduce something like texture index, where I'm gonna have a field of that index, right? And now, instead of passing around size t for all of that, I'm gonna pass around the corresponding index. So I'm also gonna have like a sound. Right. And here, instead of a sound, I can use sound index. And instead of instead of size t here, I can use texture index. So you see, now if you have a function play that accepts sound index, you won't be able to put texture there, because texture has a completely different type. And inside of that function, right, inside of the function to play the corresponding sound, you'll have to do something like sound index, and then play that sound. And the thing is, I call this inner type that I wrap around unwrap. Right. So unwrap is simply a field in a structure. It's simply a field in a structure, and what it indicates that if you have an index type and you want to turn it into the like a row value type, you take that index and you unwrap that, and then that will give you size t. So it's sort of like it's like a pun. I don't know how to explain that, but it's sort of like a semantical pun. All right, so it doesn't correspond to any action. It's just a name of an inner variable, and if you want to unwrap that outer type, you just do dot unwrap. Does it make any sense? Does it answer your question? I'm not sure. So, I don't know. It's kind of silly, but it actually helps to catch common errors when you mix up different kind of indices and stuff like that. The cool thing about pointers is that they also store the information of what kind of type they're working with, but they're absolute. Unless you're working with relative pointers, but it's kind of complicated when you get to that. So, does it make any sense? Does anybody have any questions about this thing? Alright, let's continue refactoring then. Let's continue refactoring. Alright. So, and this is basically what I do here. So I just unwrap. So idle is an index, and to get its, number value, I just unwrap it. But here I'll have to do get animate by index, and I'm gonna provide just idle. And I'm gonna just render. So as assets, get animate by index, render that thing, and let's continue. We're almost there, boys and girls, we're almost there. Another one. Oh, this one is interesting, actually. Huh. So we have a little bit of hack here, but I mean, that's okay. Catching errors at compile time was your goal, no? Yeah, that was totally my goal. So, Quick question: if I want to delete multiple things from a C++ vector according to NID, would it be appropriate to iterate over a list of IDs to remove and remove if? I don't really know. Multiple things from C++ vector. Can you remove by their position? I don't remember. So if you have positions of the elements that you remove, you can start removing them from right to left, and that will not invalidate their indices. So this is one of the things you can try to do, I think. But I'm not sure. Yeah, so we have a list of IDs, right? Just iterate them from right to left, from the biggest to the smallest, and delete them like that, because that will not invalidate any other indices until you remove everything. Yeah, what's funny is that I had a very similar issue in Snitch, right? Because in Snitch, you sometimes need to remove several to-dos in the same file. But if you remove the topmost to-do, that invalidates the position of the rest of the to-dos. So if I have to-dos in a single file, I first sort them in reversed order, and I start deleting them from the lowest one to the biggest one, so it does not invalidate the indices. I literally had that problem with Snitch, but on the level of file lines rather than vectors. So, and I solved it as I explained. Yeah, get sound by index. Alright, so and I think I don't need to unwrap anything here. So now, yeah, I just get sound by ID, I provide this ID, and then I play the sample. I have prayed the principal, I'm parallelizing. I have to mark the prey for being eaten in the parallel step, then delete the memory. I see. What if Michael Reeves' rate a couple of months ago boosted you or not? Was there any guys who stayed? I think it did, at least according to my statistics. So, yeah. Because I'm pretty sure, like, there is a lot of memers in the Michael Reeves community, but on top of that, there is like enough legit people who are legit interested in programming and not just memeing. And I hope some of those people stay. Besides me. Oh, you're actually from Michael Reeves community. Well, welcome. I'm really glad that you enjoy this kind of stuff. I don't meme as much as him. I don't mind like occasional memes and stuff like that, but I'll prefer like more like coding, like go deep into the coding and just doing some interesting stuff like that. So something that generally Michael Reeves community does not really like. So yeah. Get Ep.N+2 by index. Idle and oh yeah, this one is interesting actually. Animat also contains its own state, but different entities should have their own copies of animats. Yep, I found a bug. I found a bug. Entities should own their own copies of animats. So right now we're mutating instances of animats that are inside of assets, and actually like that, and those could be used by other entities, and they will fight with each other. Yeah. So there's sort of like a race condition here. So it's actually pretty cool. And this is when Snitch is useful for. You found the problem, and you don't want to switch to a different window to report the problem. So you just put a to-do and move on. Right, you go to the code base, you refactor things, you found the problems, you don't have time to fix it, but you don't want to forget about it, you just put it to do. After you're done, you can then report all of those to-dos back into the issue tracker and then later work on them. So no information is lost. So that's why I like Snitch. It's actually pretty cool. Well, I mean, I'm biased. I created Snitch, but yeah, you get the point. Get animated by index, so it's gonna be walking. Yeah, so it's kind of a similar situation. I think I'm gonna address that a little bit later. Get anim. Oh my god, I'm actually kind of hungry. By animate by index. So I think I'm gonna soon make a small break and eat a little bit. I'm not gonna like have like a proper meal. The thing is, I just right before the stream I bought doctor sausage, so I can just go on a break and eat a little bit of that and replenish my hunger. Yeah. It's the most Russian sausage you can ever find, actually. There's a lot of videos about it on the internet. If you're interested in that. Okay, so has no... Oh shit. Okay, so we have this kind of situation. Bread, salt, water. Husky that. Sure. Alright, so let's go back to assets and I'm gonna rename these things back. So the only reason I changed their names so nobody, we can find all of the places where I try to access them directly. So let me quickly fix that. Let me quickly fix that. Alright, so I'm gonna remove that. Sounds... So textures, we're almost there. We almost finished this refactoring. It's actually pretty cool. Fuck, I thought we did actually. So I'm gonna finish this refactoring, create a pull request, then we're gonna make a small break. And after the break, we're gonna continue working on something else, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah. Excuse me. Is everything okay here at the plots? Is everything okay? Okay, so everything looks okie dokie karaoke. Swearing. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. It's a Christian channel. Alright, so I'm gonna do a full rebuild just to text the swearing is bad. Yes, I know. I'm a bad person. Swearing. Very, very bad person. Full rebuild. Be good person. I'm trying. Actually trying. Trying to be the best version of myself. So inspirational. Alright. Okay. Don't access. What was that? Don't access assets arrays directly. Okay, we're gonna push that right into the repo. We did a lot of changes actually. I didn't expect that many changes, but that's fucking a lot. Look at that shit. That's fucking a lot. Now that's what I call a serious software development. I'm sorry, I swore again. Let's create a pull request. How about that? Let's create a pull request. So, assets, introduce assets typer, don't access assets array directly. So let's do improve assets access, and I'm gonna leave the pull request here, and we're gonna wait for the continuous integration. According to my calculations, continuous integration should fail, right? Because we didn't update the Windows build script. And hopefully the results of the build will force me to fix that at some point. Access assets array sounds like a thought, though tough. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Top 10 programming streamers who have sworn. Nice. Small break. 3 minutes. Let's make 3 minutes break. Yep. And Tsoding soon. And yeah, boys and girls, let's make a small break. You guys have fun. Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Champions of the Arena. Cheers. Hello, we are to new docks. We are going to aviation docks. Jesus Christ. Pipeg. Aviation docks. Yeah, I'm not very smart. What the fuck? Why did it compile? It's not supposed to compile. How did it compile on Windows? The fuck? Does Windows build even work? So we build a game. Oh! Cool. So basically it doesn't crash the build when... Okay, so we'll have to report that problem. I even know the reason. Yeah. So do you have to add something to build MSVC? It is PS versus CMD issue in GitHub Actions. Is it possible to somehow fix that? Do you know anything? Because how can we make this thing crash when one of these things... Oh, that would be super awesome. Dude. Do you know what I need to do here? Because I don't know much about Windows in that case. Is it complicated? Is it possible to explain that in chat? So that'd be actually pretty cool. But in any case, what the hell is this code? It's a batch file. I mean, it's basically a Windows shell, right? So it's a language of CMD. So yeah, and it uses a rem word as a command. So yeah, welcome. You mispronounced Windows shit. What? CMD? I don't know what I did, I'm sorry. Anyways, so the way we have to fix that actually, first we have to do a similar thing. Right. Config typer, but wait a second, how do we build a config typer? Ah, here it is. So, so we have to build assets typer. Right, this is an assets typer, then we'll have to do assets conf, assets types. So this is essentially what we have to do, hopefully. Yeah, let's see how it's gonna go. Try to fix Windows build, and we'll see how it goes. Codebaker 2 times. Oh shit! Thank you. Assets typer. There we go. Yeah. So let's push that right into the repo. Hopefully it's gonna work. So, and let's wait until the end of the continuous integration. And what's gonna be the next thing? Camera movement, don't update mouse position in the world. All right, so this one is interesting. So I'm just waiting for the end of this build, and I want to take a look at how Windows builds things. It's building. Well, I mean, according to this thingy, not according to this one. Yeah. Would I need the joke saved? I mean, it's not really that much of a joke anymore since there's more and more people doing beta. So it was a joke before the beta, but now it's not much of a joke. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I'm actually super glad that the language is going somewhere finally, because it was stagnated for quite some time. Maybe it was not stagnated, I don't know. It was in active development. It is still in active development. Alright, so let's take a look at the results of the Windows build. And unfortunately, with the Windows build, you're never sure. So, speaking of, do I still have the link? Right, let's go to the new issue. Windows build does not crash if what's the name of the script? If build MSVC, does not fail if build MSVC.bat fails, right? So this is quite important. because we want the build to fail. And we're gonna work on that a little bit later. I don't know why I decided to call it like that, but like with slashes and shit. I don't think it's needed that much, but yeah. So it's quite important to keep track of all of that. Improve access. Okay, just a second. One more time. Where is the Windows build? Where's the Windows build? And build the game. Did it build successfully? It didn't build successfully. Assets underscore types. Excuse me. This is very strange. So something cannot open include file, but I generated the file. So yeah, we created this thing. So we compiled everything successfully. But did we execute anything? Did we? Well, we should execute something, but I mean, I don't remember it faced with it almost. Don't worry about it. I created an issue for that, so maybe at some point we're gonna research that. So don't worry about it. Asset types. I'm not sure about that because it's supposed to be asset typer. There's a fatal error, but I was told that I shouldn't worry about it for some reason. I don't know. Like I was just told that a long time ago, but I wish I could know. Okay, something CPP35. It still cannot find that. So we have includes. Do I have to update includes or something? So SDL2 includes and that. So asset typer. Alright, it's the same thing. Do we have assets conf? It is assets conf. So then we rename it to assets types. And in something, assets types, just can't find it. Just can't find it. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing, by the way. Let me refresh. Let me refresh one more time because maybe it's the problem with the GitHub or something. So I'm gonna just grab MSVC one more time because I don't know, like sometimes it does happen that I'm looking at the old thing. Nope, it just does not recognize that. It just does not. Oh, what's funny is that it works for all of these things, right? But it doesn't work for that one. Something CPP 35. Yeah, and doesn't know. Wait a second. We actually included, like bait config is included like that. Would you look at that? All right. So does it build on Linux like that? I think it should. Okay. Is it working directory? Yeah, it is. So yeah, let's just rebuild it just to check if everything's okay. We'll have to rebuild it one more time. It's a classical, you know, classical thing. Yeah. Oh, Fangchi, by the way, hello. Welcome. How are you doing? Really glad to see you. So we're just doing some refactoring as usual. What's up? Okay, so it does work on Linux. So include assets types properly. Hopefully that will fix the Windows build. Refactoring. Exactly. MongoDB OS indeed. Cheers, by the way. Why refactor if you can write from scratch? Well, yeah, that's a good idea. But I'm not going to do this time. Refactoring is basically writing from scratch, but a smaller part of your project. Maybe this is why I'm unproductive. I don't know. Refactoring the project all the time also is not particularly productive thing, because refactoring by definition does not change the behavior of the project. So you're not moving towards anything, right? So you cannot measure how close you are to your goal if the only thing you do is refactoring. Because one of the way to measure how close you are to the goal is how many features you already implemented, but by refactoring you're not implementing the features. It's a trade-off of feature speeds, yeah, so, you know, technical depth and stuff like that. And investment. What's interesting is how to measure a technical depth at all. Because all of the managers want to measure technical depth so they can put that into their plan. But how do we do that? So they come up, like different companies come up with all sorts of different tools that supposedly measure your technical depth. But do they really measure your technical depth? So I have a pretty, I measure it in WTFs per second. It's already like it's a readability issue, right? So, and readability is subjective. So maybe you're reading some like very domain specific code, right? And you're not familiar with that domain, and that code is going to be very unreadable for you, and you're going to have a lot of WTFs per second. So I don't think WTFs per second actually tell anything, right? Because the code could be unreadable not only because it's bad, but because it's in a completely different field that you're not familiar with. Hello Shazawak, welcome to the stream. So I already said that idea multiple times, by the way. How to measure technical depth. The thing about technical depth, programmers know when they introduce it. Every time you are about to introduce a technical depth, you fucking know that. You fucking know what you're doing, right? And this is the key to measuring it. So every time you making a shortcut, right, you have to be honest to yourself, and you have to admit that you're making a shortcut, and you have to make a to-do or special marker saying, okay, I made a shortcut here, but it would be better to implement it like that, and move on. And always be honest to yourself, right? So I made a shortcut, here's the shortcut, we're gonna fix that later. And then how to measure technical depth. You take all of these notes, and here is your technical depth. So in my opinion, to properly measure technical depth, it should be measured by the programmers during the implementations, because programmers always fucking know when they take in the shortcuts. They are the only people who know that. And they have to be honest to yourself, they have to be honest to their team, they have to admit that, and they have to put that markers. So special to-do comments, yeah, I think that's the way to go. Some sort of special to-do comments, and these to-do comments can go to some sort of a backlog for technical depth, and then the stats for these special comments can be used for planning, for managing, for estimated how much technical depth you have, and probably you can even build a correlation between the amount of this technical depth shortcut to-dos and the time it takes to implement new features. I'm pretty sure if somebody is going to do that, they will see a correlation. The more technical depth shortcut things you have, the more time it will take to implement new features. So, but this is just a hypothesis. I always wanted to actually test that in a real commercial project, but I never had an opportunity. I just shared my thoughts. I'm not sure if it makes much sense, but maybe it's going to be useful for somebody. Anyways, so let's take a look at this entire thing built. By the way, hello Cozy White Bear, welcome to the stream. Welcome. And it built. Okay, so it was a problem with include. I was told that I can ignore this error. I don't know why. But yeah, for some reason I can just ignore that. Okay. It would be nice to know what the hell is this problem is all about, but well, I'm not supposed to ask questions. So, bin snitch report, prepend. Hello, Cozy White Bear. Hello. Prepend body introduced in 267. And let's actually go ahead and do that. So reuse parser in, yeah, this one would be actually pretty cool. Entities should own their own copies of animats. Yes. Cool. There we go. Task failed successfully. Yeah. Let's push that right into the repo. Let's push all of that right into the repo. There was actually a research project in my unit trying to automate exactly that. They attempted to use fMRI, I don't know what it is, to determine whether you're thinking very hard or distracted while coding. The idea is to then attempt to get the same info using less invasive stuffs like skin resistance, eye tracking, and measurement, and so forth. That sounds horrible, actually. I don't want to actually be eye tracked and stuff like that while working on things, so I would prefer something else, to be fair. But I suppose it's a research project, right? So functional magnetic. Oh, okay, I see. That's kind of reason. You'd get code automatically annotated with stuff like he was thinking really hard over here. Okay, that's actually interesting, but it's kind of like sounds very invasive, to be fair. Like, I'm not sure if I would prefer working like that. But to be fair, my work right now is really invasive because you can see everything I do, and like I'm not allowed to make too much mistakes and stuff like that. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting research, to be fair. Not allowed. Well, yeah, but it was my choice. It was solely my choice. But if the companies will start to like integrating this kind of stuff into their workflow, people will be forced to be monitored like that all the time. I don't know. I don't think it's a particularly nice idea. But since it's just a research, maybe the results of this research could be used further to improve these methods, right? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Mistakes. Okay. Sure. There we go. Many programmers work on creating very invasive track system. Yeah. I suppose. They're making their working environment worse. What can I say? One mistakes. English, by the way. One mistakes. Yeah, they're digging their own graves. I was trying to come up with a better expression, but yeah. They're essentially digging their own graves because the things that will make, they will be used against them, right? So essentially. I think I would refuse working on such projects for sure. If it was, you know, suggested. All right, looks good to me. So let's actually merge this pull request and move on. I suppose. Did branch? Cool. All right. So let's actually fetch those changes and see what we can do here. Mr. Tsotso. Why people call me Tsotso? I don't understand. What does it mean, by the way? Is it something Japanese? Sounds like something Japanese. Oh. Cool. So I refactored the asset system exactly as I wanted. So now we have easier querying of the assets. So the time has come to fix some bugs. How about that? We need to fix some bugs. Camera movement don't update mouse position in the world. It is in fact true. It is in fact true. Wanna see why? So we have the mode, the debug mode, where we can see the position of the camera, actually, quite well. So, and what's interesting, if I don't, like when I move around, the position of the mouse is updated. But if I don't touch my mouse and I move around, you see how there's so much discrepancy between the position of that dot and that mouse in my actual mouse. So I'm sure we can see that, but yeah. Once I move the mouse a little bit, it gets updated. So we need to fix that system, I suppose. But yeah, so that's pretty much the idea of this bug, and we'll need to fix that. Look at those particles, by the way. I really like the particles. I'm not sure if they're visible much, but when you're moving around, there are particles. They're pretty cool. and they're automatically calculated based on the surface you're moving on. If you move on the ice, they're blue particles, and here is green particles. And if you have like a brown surface, there will be brown particles. This is not what I wanted to do, but yeah, you see, they're brown. They're brown, and that's pretty cool. It is ice, not glass. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not really good at drawing, but it is supposed to be ice. Yeah. Actually, Pog, you think so? Yeah, it is actually pretty cool. So yeah. So we need to fix that small bug when, you know, when camera is moved and the position of the mouse is not updated. So probably because for the position of the mouse, we're using a thing. This is very poggers. Yeah, I suppose. It's very poggers of you. 259. So let's try to fix that problem. So right now we keep track of the position of the mouse inside of the game. Is the little Tso character naked? What kind of question is that? Oh, you mean the you mean here? Well, I mean it's on the head. It's kind of difficult to tell if the head is naked or not. So and this is not like a final look and feel. The character is definitely not going to look like that. It's going to be something different. Yeah. So let's go to the game, and inside of the game, not wearing a cap, naked. Oh, let's see. I think for the position of the mouse, you like literally use this variable, which is probably not a good idea. Which has ligatures. You mean the web client? And how do we update this thing? I think we update that in the event loop. I'm pretty sure we do that in event loop. How do we update the mouse position? Game CPP. Yes. Mouse position. Okay, so when we have a mouse motion event, right? When a mouse motion event happens, what essentially we're doing, we get the position of the mouse, we move the point on the screen to the world, and we also keep the original mouse position. The mouse position of the screen. So there's a mouse position in the world and mouse position in the screen. We also have collision probe and stuff like that. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. In how many places we use mouse position? It's actually, let's actually find out. So maybe there are too many places. Holding down mouse. Game HPP. Mouse position underscore. So I'm gonna make the change to the name of this variable. So the compilation will fail in all of the places where we used that variable. So and then I can go through all of the places and just inspect what they are. It's kind of a useful technique for exploring the code. So here's another place. Mouse button down. We take the mouse position, we take the coordinates, and we detect. Okay, that makes sense. But what's funny is that when we do mouse button down, we might as well quite easily get the coordinates of the mouse from the event itself. Right, we don't necessarily have to use this thing. So I think this is the place where we have to change that stuff. So where's another place? Mouse button up, absolutely the same situation, I think. Drawing, mouse motion, absolutely the same situation. We can get the position of the mouse from the type itself. Here we also can get the position of the mouse. Why do we need this thing? Okay, so when command spawn enemy, and we want to spawn that enemy at a particular place. But the question is, where do we use that thing? Do we use it anywhere? Stop timer went off good. Okay. Yeah, that's funny. All right. So I don't see that we use it anymore. Oh, okay. So we use it probably from the game itself, right? We use it from the game itself. All right. So that makes sense. So mouse position. This is where we create one. SDL button right. So we should be always. By the way, SDL mouse button down. SDL mouse button down. Let's take a look at that. SDL mouse button down, mouse button event. Does it contain X and Y? It should contain X and Y in my opinion. It does contain, okay, everything's okay. All right, the next one is point gun at, and yeah. Mouse position X and Y. So I don't think this one is that useful. Dirt block at mouse position. Okay, that's it. I think what we need to do, we need to get rid of the mouse position. Like generally, I think. Because the notion of that thing is kind of useless. So in SDL, I think we have something like SDL get mouse state. Okay, get mouse state, and essentially what it enables you with is getting the coordinate of the mouse. We can create a helper function that uses this function and automatically converts the screen coordinates to the world coordinates, right? And let's go ahead and do that. So main game HPP. So the mouse position is this. Do we even use original mouse position anywhere? That's another interesting question that I have. Oh, and yeah, by the way, so I'm gonna remove this thing so it does work a little bit better. Do we use it anywhere? Okay, we use it here, and if I do it like that, and it compiles. Congratulations, we found a dead code that nobody fucking use. Ta-da! There we go. That's how you find a dead code. You just change something, the program still compiles, nobody fucking needs that shit. Congratulations. That's how it usually happens, right? So you don't need that thing. So I think we should be able to quite easily change all of that. So I don't think it's a good idea to also build release, so I should probably just build something debug. Just build something debug. And builds. So, and this is going to be our first commit towards fixing that bug. 259. Remove game original mouse position. No, nobody uses it anymore. There we go. I'm gonna push that right into the repo. Cool. So how are we gonna get rid of the mouse position variable here as well? Well, we're gonna create a function for that. Let's put something like this: vec2f get mouse position. There we go. So this is what we're gonna have: get mouse position. What this thing is gonna do, it's going to use this function to get the mouse state on the screen, and it's gonna map it to the camera. And luckily, camera is already available from within the game, so that should be relatively straightforward. So let's just go ahead and implement that thing. So it's gonna be a game, right? And the next thing we wanna do, we wanna have X and Y, right? We wanna have X and Y. And just use this function. And I wonder, what does it return? Return value button mask. Oh, you can even get the mask of what buttons are pressed. So that makes sense. The chat is dead, actually, kind of. Okay, so it's just everyone. Do you have any idea how to make distance polygons fade out based on the distance in OpenGL fixed pipeline? Distant polygons fade out based on a distance in OpenGL fixed pipeline. Can you store maybe something based on a Z buffer? Because, right. I'm not an OpenGL, expert, but I think if you have enabled Z buffer, the fragments that you're rendering is going to have like Z information, and based on the Z information, you can make the Z information contribute to their color when you're doing a fragment shader. If I understood you correctly, I'm not quite sure. So I think you should be able to have like a Z buffer information there. But again, I'm not an OpenGL expert, so but the fixed pipeline complicates things. Oh, okay, so I never done by myself. So I don't know what kind of complications the fixed pipeline can introduce here. But you can try to render things into like a separate frame buffer. I think frame buffer can hold Z buffers and stuff like that. So I suppose, remember how we did the thing with, like several pass rendering? So I suppose with several pass rendering, you can basically organize your own pipelines by jumping back to CPU all the time. It's not fast, but I guess it can get the job done, right? So maybe you can just have several passes if the pipeline is not flexible for you. Again, like I'm not sure if I'm actually suggesting the right thing. Thanks for the CPU. Yeah, you're welcome, because we already we did recently a stream on that. Let me show you. So I was exploring the idea of post-processing on OpenGL. Essentially, you render your 3D scene into a frame buffer instead of the screen. You just render it into the frame buffer, and then you use that frame buffer as a texture to apply additional post-processing, right? And this is, yeah, it's called OpenGL PP, which stands for post-processing. This is what we did. So essentially we have like a 3D cube, and then we applied blur on it. So, and that was done in 2 passes. It's actually kind of Pepega, but it works. So I don't know how that would be useful for you. I don't know, because you seem to know more about OpenGL than I do, but anyways. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know if it's helpful, but maybe this. OpenGL Pepega. Where would you suggest someone start if he wants to get into graphics programming? I have no idea. Can anybody tell me as well? Because I have no idea. I also want to get into graphics programming, but I have no idea how to do that, because all of that shit is super complicated. Yeah, by the way, Sen12, if you find the answer to that question, just tell me, because I have no idea. Anyways. Mouse position. So camera to the world, and that's essentially what we have to do here. I got into graphics by first writing CPU rasterizing from scratch. Oh yeah, I actually did that as well a long time ago. Like I had a book for... I still have it, but not in here. Yeah. So I think I even showed it in the stream. The idea of the book is that to implement like a game over level of Doom, but using only function that just puts a single pixel on the screen without using OpenGL or any other libraries, just purely CPU stuff. That was interesting, and that was super insightful. And I think like knowing how to do everything on CPU is way more valuable than knowing OpenGL or Vulkan, to be fair. Because if you know how to do the same shit on CPU, like slower of course, but you know, the same stuff, you can pretty much easily learn all of these things, like OpenGL and Vulkan and whatnot. But what do I know? I'm not a graphics programmer. Like I just played a little bit with that at some point in my life. Alright, so we have this thing. We get the position of the mouse, and yeah. So we have a special function that gets the position of the mouse on the screen and maps it, and everything Gucci. But it gets that thing every frame, so I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. So how expensive that function, I wonder. Retrieves the current state of the mouse. The current bit is returned as a button mask. Maybe it actually, you know, caches all of that. Guess same goes for Git. If you know how it works under the hood, which is not how that at all, it all becomes clear. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. So like knowing fundamentals is like more important than knowing very specific implementations, because you just have to know less to do more. That's the thing about it. right? If you're learning specific APIs or specific engines or very specific things, you actually have to memorize more things, right? While if you know more fundamental things, you can basically derive the rest of the information from those fundamental things. Just by knowing fundamentals, you just have to remember less, and you can, that way you can remember more. Interesting, is it not? I think it's pretty interesting. Yes. Yes. All right. Let me think. Oh, hello. Welcome back, Heroes and Bots. Okay, everything seems to be compiling, and the only thing I need to do, I need to try to remove mouse position from the game state itself. I just finished my 1 liter tea can. Oh my god. Now I'm cold again. Time to make more tea, I suppose. More tea. Okay, so I'm just removing mouse position. I'm gonna go through all of these places and hopefully do something. Should we press this forward? Because in all of these places I can simply just replace this thing with get mouse position. Right, so it's just get mouse position. It's pretty straightforward replacement, which is quite surprising to me, I think. But it's black tea. If I drink more, the caffeine is gonna kill my heart. Yeah, you can just drink warm water, I suppose. I used to do that when I lived in an apartment where heating didn't work for a long time. So I literally drank hot water and it actually helped. So yeah, well, I mean, you have to adapt to survive. So what can I say? So mouse position, we don't need that shite anymore. So get mouse position one more time. Survival in Russia, yes. How to survive in Siberia. No. Survival stream with Tsoding. I don't know. I don't know how to survive in Siberia because I don't go out too much. But maybe that's the way to survive in Siberia, actually. That's maybe the way to survive in Siberia. You basically stay inside and never go out. And maybe you will live to your 30s, who knows. You know what I'd really like? A heated footrest. That's that way I could save money on heating and keep my feet warm. Well, just buy a feet heater, I suppose. I don't know what to suggest to you, but yeah. Okay, so we can have a mouse position. So here's the mouse pose. Get mouse position. And I can do something like this. So I'm just going through all the places where I need to make the replacement and get mouse position. Get mouse position. So essentially the way to fix that problem is to replace a variable, a state of a variable, with a function call. And I think that's the way to go. There's a bakery underneath my apartment. Whenever they turn on the oven, my apartment gets heated as well. Oh, nice! That's pretty convenient, I gotta say. Free heating. Yeah, free heat. Stonks. Okay. There's like this really plastic shitty one called Toasted Toes or something. Toasted Toes. What the fuck? Is that like a real name for like heated feet rest? What the fuck? Someone in the audience should start a Kickstarter for a cool looking. The fuck? A god level marketing, like if heated feet rest, Toasted Toes. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, cool. Seems to be... Oh shit, it doesn't work correctly. Oh shit, what the fuck? The state is actually not correct. The state is not correct. You know why? Because state is not mapped to logical resolution. The state is not mapped to logical resolution. So, yeah, there's a thing. There's a thing about the game, right? So the game has a fixed resolution, if you noticed. Like, it has a fixed resolution, but it always tries to fit itself into whatever like shape of the window you provide here, right? It always tries to fit there. And this is achieved with a special function call about logical size. There we go. So we basically set the logical size for the whole thing, and it just fits there. So, and what's interesting is that that logical size also affects all of the events. If you receive any mouse events, they map their coordinates according to the logical shape. But it doesn't happen for getMouseState, unfortunately. getMouseState does nothing to that. And that's really bad. So logical, because I don't know how to map it to the screen. I have no idea how to map it to the screen unless we handle mouse movement separate. Ah, shit. Why didn't you get this? Why didn't you tell me this exists after you saw me struggling with my config scale stuff? I probably phased out. So you didn't know about this thing. You didn't know about it. Well, there you go. Now you know it. So you can just set like a logical size. Let me give you the function name. Render set logical size. This is the function name, and you can have a fixed size of the screen and forget about all of the mapping, resizing, and shit like that. Just assume that you have a hard-coded size, and you're gonna be happy. So it's actually super cool. I also didn't know about this function. I think it was suggested by one of the viewers. I don't remember who, but somebody just straight up said, like, just use this function and forget about it. And it's super cool. So yeah. So now you can try to use it and remove like a third of your code. I'm sorry. I should have told you. I just multiplied it by the scale. Yeah, I used to do that as well, I think, in nothing. But yeah, now I'm just using that. Now I just use that. So I wonder if I can get the critical information has been revealed. Yeah. So there's also get global state with get global mouse state. Use this function to get the current state of the mouse in relation to the desktop. Ah, this is not really what I want. This works like get mouse, but the coordinates will be reported relative to the top left of the desktop. This can be useful if you need to track the mouse outside of a specific window and SDL capture mouse doesn't fit your needs. What the fuck is SDL mouse capture? This function to capture the mouse and track input inside of an SDL window. Oh, yeah, I know what it is. Okay, so it doesn't allow you to... So get mouse state, get relative mouse state. I suppose get relative mouse state is what I think it is. This function retrieves the relative state of the mouse. The current button state is... Wait. Relative. What the fuck is relative? No, Tsoding watched it. Yes, I watched it a little bit, then I went AFK, then I went back and you finished the stream. So... a point filled with the last recorded X coordinate of the mouse. Okay, so maybe there is a way to map this thing. So let's actually take a look at some of the functions related to the render set logical size. Is there anything related to that as well? So get logical size. Again, you can also get logical size. And get error. Yeah, god damn it. I'm not sure how to fix that. Not sure if there is a way to fix that, to be fair, because you cannot just get the position of the mouse like that easily. So did anybody even discuss that? So SDL get mouse state logical size. You missed the best pathfinding ever. Oh shit. Oh, look at that. People actually discussing that. Get mouse state and render set logical size, because yeah, they don't work together. The thing about like get mouse state is that it's not affected by render set logical size, right? So all of the mouse events, they get mapped accordingly if you change the size of the window, but that specific function doesn't map anything, and that's annoying as fuck. And apparently I'm not the only one who actually have this problem. So let's actually read what people say. So I have a full screen window with the logical. Okay, let's actually scale in. With the logical render size of this, I noticed that X and Y reported by mouse motion is different than X and Y reported by get mouse state. Documentation for both methods describe the coordinates as relative to the window. I have noticed that get mouse does not take the logical size scaling into position report exactly, whereas mouse motion it does take that into account. Glancing at the source code seems to confirm my suspicions. Can anyone confirm, deny? My guess is correct. Right, it is ignoring. As far as I know, does path through event filter. Setting the logical size sets up the event filter and alters the data. I would suppose the difference is intentional, but only because the API doesn't include the ability. Actually, that would rather suggest the difference is accidental, as it only stems from the implementation difference. I found that you fired previously. Get virtual chords. Yeah, this is a shame. SDL GPU makes you do the conversion explicitly via get virtual chords. God damn. So there's nothing we can do about that. Is there any way? Get virtual. God damn. This is so annoying. This is so annoying. Alright, so we cannot just easily get rid of that unless we just, you know, apply the transformations that are applied by the like render set logical size and whatnot, but we need to find them. Can't you just query the current state and multiply the chords? Multiply chords by what? Because you see, you also have situation when you have this kind of padding and stuff like that, right? So you have to take that into account. So you see, it's kind of a complicated mapping if you look at that. So, but you get coordinates starting from this corner, and like it's kind of difficult to map it. I would rather prefer SDL to map it for me, as it does with the events. That would be actually pretty convenient. So, I mean, you can try to go that route, but I don't think it's particularly good route. So the one thing I can see right now is to go into the source code of SDL, learn how it applies the transformations when an event, when a mouse motion event or mouse click event happens, and see if I can like get that transformation from the public API and apply them on a get state. Does SDL expose anything about what screen size versus render size is? Yes, it does. It actually lets you set logical size. I mean, yeah, you can get the actual window size and you can set a logical size. You have all of that information. But I thought maybe there's like exposed functions. Yeah, like I want to like call one function just to map one set of coordinates to another set of coordinates. Just don't want to do much work. Could you manually send mouse move event frame with every frame? I don't. Well, you mean trigger somehow? I don't know. Anyway, so I'm streaming for 4 hours, so we did a little bit of research, and I think I'm gonna put that research to the issue. Yeah. So the result of today's research is gonna be the result of this issue is gonna be my findings, right? The ideal solution would be to replace game mouse position with calling with something like game get mouse position that calls SDL get mouse state. So let's also let's actually use markdown mode. Right, so then I'm gonna do it like that. Here we go. So the ideal solution would be to replace this thing with something like, again, that calls and maps the coordinates to the world with game camera, right? Something like that. But unfortunately, I hope I spelled it correctly, but unfortunately, SDL get mouse state does not take logical size set by this function into account. I meant instead of querying the mouse location, send a mouse event, though get event manager every frame and look at the coordinates here. It's a stupid hack, but so is SDL. Sure, could be an interesting idea. But again, I want to wrap up the work on this issue for now. Into account. Doesn't mean to account. But the ideal solution applies. Fortunately, it doesn't take logical size into account as all of the mouse events do. Does it? Like, unfortunately, this doesn't take logical size set by into account as all of the okay, whatever. So we have to do the mapping ourselves somehow. So let's actually find the relative. There's a Bugzilla issue about the proposed solution. Okay. So relevant links. Okay, so this is the first one. Let's take a look at the Bugzilla. So it was created, oh my god, it was reported in 2014. A summary event reports the position as expected in logical coordinates. The problem is that GitMouse consults directly. It's a very old issue. Alright. So also I'm gonna put this thing here. The Leonardo, who's Leonardo? Leonardo. Okay. The problem is that GitMouse consoles. I don't see the pin. Is that mouse watcher? Okay. Add event watcher. But that means I'll have to send the event. Actually, so add event watcher. I don't really understand how it solves my problem. Because it's watcher, how does it send the event? Function add a callback to be triggered when event is handled. I mean, it's the same as, you know, doing it... wait. But you have to send the events, but what if you don't send the mouse events? It's not gonna be updated. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. That's actually pretty cool. I see. Okay, let's actually try to implement that then. Oh, shit. Alright, alright. I see, I see. I understand now. Okay, I'm gonna save this thing somewhere. Excuse to not work on issue.md, because you want to save the excuse just in case. Anyways, I don't know much about SDL, just thought it might be. It is actually relevant. I think I understand the solution. I think I do understand it. So, did I not remove? Okay, luckily I did not remove any of the code. That's actually pretty cool. So yeah, you set the watcher, you watch for these things, and they will return you the relevant code, hopefully. Oh shit. Did I close it already? I think, no. So I'm gonna copy paste it right there. There we go. So this is first code here. And then we have to set this thing. So I think I do understand what the hell it's doing, hopefully. Mouse state. But do I have an access to the mouse state though? I'm not quite sure. What game are you making? I'm making a simple platformer. You can check out the source code here. I have a doubt that I have an access to that, but let's give it a try. So after we initialized everything, let's actually call this thing. And is it gonna compile? I doubt it's gonna compile because it's probably conceptual code. Yeah, there's no such thing as a mouse state, so there's literally no such thing. Create event watcher like this. Know that you will need at least 203. Oh shit, I need at least 203. Because what kind of version do I have? apt search libsdl. What version do I have? I'm pretty sure I have old S version. Yeah, I have a version 200. Thank you, Debian. Very fucking cool. I really appreciate that. So, all right. So if I take a look at the includes here, so here's the SDL2, and I can grab. So what I want you to grab, mouse state, right? So here's the mouse state, and there's literally no mouse state anywhere. This is not how you grab, by the way. Okay. There's no such thing as mouse state. If I try to download the latest SDL, right? If I try to download the latest SDL. So this is the thing here. To download releases. Arnold SDL structs prefixed with SDL, so it's probably custom. But I mean, in that case, I would find something, but I didn't find any mouse state, so I don't think it's important. Mouse state looks like it's your own definition from the example because you cast user data to it. Oh shit! Okay, that makes sense. All right, I thought it's somehow used by. Okay, I see what is going on. I mean, I already streamed for 4 hours, my brain stopped working, I'm sorry. Oh shit, I see what is going on. Ah, god damn it. Oh shit. I know how to fix that then. So, let's actually... I think I can do that. So, here's the main. I don't want to remove the main. So I'm gonna remove that, and that. And essentially in that specific mouse watcher, I'll have to do the following thing. Yeah, thank you so much, Arkandos. I really appreciate that. So, the game, we're gonna have the game, pointer to the game, user data. Yeah, so we're gonna actually pass the whole game there. So we're passing the whole game, and we're gonna set the mouse position. How we're gonna set the mouse position? So we're setting the mouse position. Vec. Can I make with C# or C++ a website? I don't know, can you? You tell me, can you do that? I don't really know how capable you are of doing different things, so maybe you can, maybe you cannot, I don't know. So, where's the mouse position? Okay, here it is. So this is what I want to do here. Yeah, we're almost there. Camera. So when camera is available in the game, so we convert it to world, then we have to use event button. There we go. So cool. And in here I'll have to copy paste this entire thing and replace the button with a motion. There we go. So that's gonna be our thing here that we're doing. This is gonna be our thing that we're doing. Mouse watcher, and I think it makes sense to set that thing when the game is fully initialized and ready right before the event loop and stuff. So we're gonna call it here somewhere, I think. So in the mouse state, instead of mouse state, we're gonna have like a game. So this is the mouse watcher. So yeah, let's try to compile that and see if it's gonna work or not. It does compile, okay. So, and I think we have to do this thing here, so we don't have to do it anymore. So we also have mouse motion and where's the watcher? Mouse button up, mouse button down. Let's give it a try and see if it's actually doing anything. Pog or Pepe Hansen coming. Yeah. I mean, okay. Alright. It didn't do a thing. Because we don't send any updates. I think we need to update this thing when the camera changes as well. Alright, so I see. This is not enough. Okay, it's a good solution and stuff. It's a good solution, but we also need to detect when we're updating the camera. Did you get a Steam game? No, this game is not finished yet. So basically, when the camera moves, we need to detect that and we need to update the mouse position as well. I see. What's up, Noligor? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, but how do we detect that the camera has updated? How can we detect that the camera has updated? So, do we have a camera? Yeah, because we're directly modifying this pose and well and stuff like that. And in how many places we modify them? Like, we only need to do that when we actually modify the position. For how long you're coding in C++? I don't remember. I can tell you for how long I'm coding in general, but in C++ I don't remember, to be fair. I don't count like every year I program in a particular languages because I program in too many languages. It's just too much useless information to keep in the head. So essentially we need to write some code that detects that we modify in the position. So essentially we just have to do that, go through all the places where we access directly the camera and replace them with some sort of a function call. And in that function call we will be able to update the, the position of the camera or whatnot. So essentially we just need to remap mouse position to something else. But that's gonna be the issue for another time, I think. Okay, so that means, and that actually revealed that the problem was not in that, I think. So let's go back to here, back to my excuse. All right, the solution would be relevant links, especially the comment. Tsoding is the language agnostic. Tsoding only knows paradigms. Yeah, as I said, I prefer learning basics rather than specific things, like fundamentals. I like your FAQ. Thank you. I worked really hard on it. Especially the comment by Leonardo. So can we actually link to specific comments? I'm not quite sure, but I think we can. Oh yeah, we can. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, that means like we're gonna make only this thing. But that is not enough. We also but that is not enough. We also need to detect when so the solution will be replaced position with, but that means we're not replacing. The ideal solution would be to update game mouse position in a way described in here. I don't think we need anything else. Yes. So essentially, yeah, we need to update the game mouse position in the way described here. But that is not enough. You also need to detect when camera pose is updated and update game mouse position accordingly. So there you go. So this is enough information for a solution, I think. So this is enough information for the solution, and let's take a look. Cool. So I'm gonna leave a comment for myself or for somebody else, and yeah, so that is the result of working on this issue. We did a little bit of research, and we actually described that research in the comment. So thanks everyone who actually helped me with this kind of research, because yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm too prepared to come up with all of that myself, and especially too prepared to Google properly. So yeah, but unfortunately, boys and girls, this is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching right now. I really appreciate that. Have a good one, and I see you. Guess when? Guess when I'm gonna see you? According to the schedule, I'm gonna see you tomorrow, but according to the schedule, we're supposed to continue doing this thing. But I've made a decision. I want to continue genetic programming topic that we did yesterday and the day before yesterday. So I'm gonna update the schedule. Tomorrow gonna be the third part of genetic programming, and we're gonna finally finish that thing. Hopefully, and we're gonna do something interesting. So also check out the schedule page for more information on different projects we're working on. Also check out our VODs YouTube channel, where we archive all of the VODs that we have on Twitch on YouTube, so they don't go away. And also check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. So yeah, that's it for today, boys and girls. And yeah, I see you all tomorrow. Love you. Mwah.